Coffee in Tow is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real time news updates, in depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee in Tow is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grant Coffee House. Excuse me. So forgive me for today. My throat is doing the most. I don't know why it's acting up today. So I'll be taking it real easy, real easy. How's everyone doing in Radio Land? QMZRadio.com, Jano Radio, Mad Music House. Hope everyone is doing well. YouTube, good morning. TikTok, don't stop. How you doing this morning? Good morning, Ja. You're home today, Ja. I know you were in la oficina ayer.
Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, you are. You is home, hunty.
Yes, yes, I am home today.
Hey.
Work. I am working from home today.
I like how you put. I like how you put that. I said I am working from home today.
How are you, Moments?
I'm here taking it easy. My throat acting up today. I don't know what's going on. Too much chatting. It's a you need for rest. Yeah, but that not going to come out right. Let me not say that. That ain't gonna come out too right. Yeah, I gotta censor myself. But let me say, I'm grateful. I'm grateful. Can you imagine Easter is upon us already? Yeah.
I totally forgot last Sunday was Palm Sunday until somebody
Right.
said it to me.
Yeah, it was Palm Sunday. I didn't go to church. I wanted to go, but I didn't make it. I was tired. I was really tired. So it was Palm Sunday. This Thursday is Holy Thursday, what they also refer to as Maundy Thursday. And then we have Good Friday. I don't know why they call it Good Friday, but Good Friday.
You know, I have Good Friday off. In the state of Texas. Believe it or not, they're very religious, and I actually get Good Friday off.
Okay. There,
Exactly.
but
That
you,
look.
but you know
Exactly.
something, John? Is it true? This is my assumption. This is just a feeling I have in my spirit that Texas has the most churches.
Yeah, I think I heard somebody say that.
So you would think there'd be more Christ-like in how they treat immigrants.
They're Christ-like from their own perspective. Let me say
Ah,
the
got it.
interpretation of said Bible is different for so many. I mean, as you can see from even just this measles epidemic.
You know what? Yeah, like 700 plus cases and counting.
Was it earlier this month? We only, what, 50? Or was it last month? It was only like 50? That's only a couple of weeks ago.
Mhm.
I don't remember when it started, but yeah. And it's not just Texas anymore.
No,
I'm
it's
hearing
not.
it's in other places.
We had it in Florida. I'm not sure what the update or the numbers are for Florida, but Florida had one. Hawaii has one. I think yesterday we had that report of Hawaii. There's another report. We have another report too. We have another one. Listen, me have to big up James Ja. I have to congratulate James. James, let me say this. I am very proud of you. Your consistency has paid off significantly for you. And I have to give you your flowers. That's what them say. We have to give you your flowers. Ladies and gentlemen. So, James, how long now you been doing it? Since around election time? November? About November you started your YouTube channel. Or you not started it, but you took it seriously. October, November, thereabout, the latter part of last year. Well, I am proud to announce that James now has 20,000 subscribers on congratulations, James. James now has 20,000 subscribers on YouTube. Proud of you, James. Pick up yourself. Oh, James can't talk and put it in the chat.
Yeah, yeah, thanks.
Congratulations.
Yeah. No, I started from when did I start? Like a little bit over a year ago.
No,
But I
but
start
seriously.
yeah, after I got monetized in September was when I started going harder.
It was September? Why did I think
Yeah,
you
I got monetized in September. Yeah.
but it was around the election time that you really once the announcement was made, that's what I think when they started to take it seriously. Because the channel was always there, but in terms of putting up your content consistently daily, was it before September?
Well, I started more September and then after the Candace Owens video, the one that got over 100,000, then I started posting like multiple times per week. I know I'm
Okay.
posting every day.
Okay, yes. And sometimes more than more than one time for the day or just
Yeah,
one.
yeah.
Morning niece, yeah, your consistency, it shows. We can't knock that. We cannot knock that at all. And this is a lesson to many of us. And interestingly enough, James, as I'm talking about consistency, excuse me, I do apologize for my throat, folks. So I saw a video on TikTok. A young lady, I'm not sure, is she? I think she's a makeup artist, not 100% sure. Don't quote. She's in Jamaica. So, of course, we recently had the launch of Fenty at Fontana in Kingston. Now, there are mixed feelings about the whole thing, but it was very refreshing for me to hear a young lady holding herself accountable when everybody else was saying, why is only these people getting the goodie bags and why are they the ones who are being asked to, be the face of the promotion, so to speak, for the want of a better term. And a lot of people were up in arms about the choices and saying it's not fair and blah, 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 and how we have, excuse me, how we have, why I'm using these content creators and one heap of something. But here came this young lady with a refreshing take, holding herself accountable. She said she could have done the blame, started blaming and questioning, but she had to take a look within herself. And she said, yes, she's a content creator, but she lacked consistency. The others who were given the opportunity to represent Fenty in Jamaica, they are ever present. You cannot pick up your phone and not see them. They're out there. They're doing the work. They're making themselves seen. So of course, a brand, if you're at alternative ways of marketing that are more cost effective, you're going to go with the folks who are upfront and center. So she said this was a wake up call for her. She missed an opportunity because of her lack of consistency. And now she is going to take her talents more seriously. And I admire her for that. How many Do that. Consistency. And that is why you have been able to meet your milestones, James. So I encourage you to continue. There's 100,000 before the year done. Now you that. Thank you, Ja. Now you that, James. 100,000 before the year done. I put it on you, James. And I think that's what we need in life, folks. Nothing happens overnight, right? In the blink of an eye. Yes, it happens for a few. But for the most, have to be determined. You have to put on that. You have to have a mindset of, I'm determined to get this done. I'm determined to accomplish this goal. Face the obstacles, because yes, there are going to be obstacles. There are going to be challenges. You may have setbacks, whatever. But be consistent and look to see how you can improve as you go. So if you do the maths, right? I used to say, boy, I have to post every day or twice a day. No worry about what people that tell us say no post, and if you post every day. No worry about people that tell us say you have to post this time, that time, what time. You have to find what works best for you. Remain consistent, do your part, and God will take care of the rest. James, congratulations. Consistency. That's a lesson in consistency. So how do you feel now that you can truly say, yeah, I'm a content creator? How do you feel?
Feels good. Yeah, feels good because I think with the restaurant, with closing down the restaurant, it was like devastating, and I didn't think that, like it took me a while to get up back from that. So, I figured that with the same, because the same thing with the channel now was the same concept of the restaurant, right? Bringing Caribbean people together, with food and conversations and stuff like that. So that's what we did with the restaurant. So since the restaurant closed down, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm gonna get up from that. But when we went to St. Vincent and we documented it, and we posted videos from St. Vincent, a few of them went viral. So I'm like, okay, this is it. So, yeah, so it feels good. Yeah.
How about your family? Are they excited for you? Do they help you with the content? Do they give you ideas?
Well, well, my wife is not. She's not into the news and stuff like that. She do all the other stuff with the channel. Okay. So she do all the other stuff. Help me, like, proofread stuff, edit stuff, doing voiceovers and stuff like that. So yeah. Mm-hmm.
Teamwork makes the dream work. Again, James, congratulations on your 20,000 plus subscribers. And excuse me, if you continue on the path you're on, undoubtedly by the end of the year, you'll have your plaque when you reach 1,000 subscribers. So big up yourself. Big up yourself.
One thing I'm learning though is it's a strategy, and in the strategy is like you have to be willing to take beat up. So I know, like, my wife and I were supposed to do something, but I'm like delaying it because I don't want them beat her up. So I'll take the beat up for now. But it's one of those things where, like, people say like, oh yeah, Jamaican, we have to talk about Trinidad and, like stuff like that. And people hard, but, yeah, that's a game,
Excuse me. I used to say, I have to take your licks. I saw them come, you have to take them. Morning, Russell. But again, James, very proud of you. Keep going, don't stop. And I'm sure you are. Thank you, Kirk. I'm sure you're an inspiration to others, to many of us, whether we want to admit it or not, right? So keep up the good work. Russell, buenos dias, bonjour, good morning. Russell is in the office, so Russell cannot speak. She will have to put her comments in. Kirk, are you shell down it's not, you are buying the coffee this morning. You're buying all the espressos, the cortaditos, You're buying everything this morning for us. The Americano, the Italiano. Good. Dime, señor, ¿cómo está?
Top of the morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for reaching us to Coffee Into one radio station. Only one, not two, not three. How is it going? You know what they're doing,
You have me laughing. Kirk, you have me laughing every morning. And I thank you. Laughter is so good. We need as much of it as we can get. Thank you.
Yes.
And thank you. And thank you for your generosity. Kirk is always blessing the place. So when he comes in the morning, he might buy the coffee. He makes sure everybody has their coffee. He makes sure, we get our donuts and all these things. So pick up yourself.
One love.
One love, Kirk. Thank you so much. All right, folks. Excuse me, my throat will give me a hard time. I'm gonna be resting my throat. So I'll let you know. There'll be no coffee until next week. No, I have to take a break. No coffee until next week. Get myself together. Yeah, folks. I don't know. But right now, no coffee until next week. Okay, folks. No, my throat will give me a one time self-care. Yes. Excuse me. You see me struggling today. I think this is the worst it has been in a long time.
You need to switch from coffee to tea for the next couple of days with the ginger and the lemongrass and the honey. You can still put the rum in the tea.
Ja, why? Excuse me. Why you tell me bad word, Ja? What you're telling me one bag of bad word right about now? I hear every Jamaican bad word ringing out in my ears a while. I take offense to that. Ja, so, ladies and gentlemen, listening, and I'm glad we have witnesses, people listening on internet radio, right here on YouTube and on TikTok. You all heard Ja tell me a string of excuses a while ago. I'll forgive you, Ja. So Ja does not want me to be of sound mind. She wants me to be walking around like a zombie without my coffee. But interesting, after I have my coffee doing Ja, once the show is over, I usually go and have what you might call it. I have tea for the rest of the day. I'll have turmeric and ginger, or I'll have ginger. Sometimes I have chai. Sometimes soft leaf tea, sometimes cinnamon and clove. So I do have the teas, but I have to start the day with the coffee jar. I have to.
Okay, it's okay. You know, my favorite brand, they do have something called throat care.
Put it in
And
the chat. Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forget sometimes. So yeah.
Since you say your favorite brand, so just in case there are other folks who use that brand and or want to be familiar. Thank you, niece. Thank you, niece. Who want to be familiar. Morning, Ross. Fraser. Let me say it, Ross Fraser, just in case people think I'm saying something else. Morning, Ross Fraser. Yeah. Throat care. You get that one in the supermarket, no? Yes, I know that brand. I've seen it. We have it in the supermarket here. Their teas
No,
are good.
and we, of course, okay, let me not go there so early in the morning. I yield.
Too early. Thank you. Thank you, Kirk. All right, so let's go ahead and get the show on zero. It is Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. Thank you so much for joining me for Coffee Into World News on the Go. 4 hours filled with news from around the world. Always great conversation and music. Coffee and Joe streams live weekdays starting at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play, JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station, and BadMusic.com for any genre, anytime. Coffee and Joe is also live on YouTube starting at 9:30 a.m. Eastern. Don't forget to subscribe. And I want to say welcome to my studio audience, courtesy of TikTok. We do not stop. All right, folks. Coffee and Joe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And also brought to you in part by Grant Coffee House. Shop today and get 20% off all coffee products. Use the code CoffeeInto20. Head on over to www.grantcoffeehouse.com. All right, thank you once again. Thank you. Appreciate each and every one of you. All right, let's see. Caribbean Corner, what you got for me? What's going on in the Caribbean Corner? First order of business, Belize confirms first measles case in over 30 years, or I should say cases. That's what the article says, which means there are more than one cases over there. According to Caribbean National Weekly, health officials in Belize have confirmed the country's first measles cases in more than 3 decades, raising concern as the Americas grapple with a sharp resurgence of the highly contagious disease. According to a statement released by the Ministry of Health and Wellness on April 13, 2 individuals from the Corasol and Cayo districts tested positive for the measles virus after recently returning from a trip to Mexico. The travelers arrived in Belize on March 31, and 2 members of the group later developed fever and rash symptoms. Laboratory testing confirmed the measles infection. All members of the travel group are currently in isolation and under medical supervision. These are the first recorded measles cases in Belize since 1991. Good morning, Tasha. You going one morning, my mom going slipping out with that greeting the way you have it up. Pray it don't slip while I'm on air. That's all I can say. All right, folks. So, as you're moving about, we have to be as careful as possible. Truth be told, it is important to understand the relevance of vaccination. Measles is entirely preventable, at least 97% preventable through a simple vaccine, MMR. The MMR vaccine, it protects against measles, mumps, and rubella. It is administered in 2 doses, young people, ages 12 and then 18 months of, 12 months and then 18 months of age, right? Let's protect our children. Let's protect ourselves. Let's protect our communities. 700 plus cases over there in Texas, if I'm not mistaken. We had that article yesterday. 1 case so far reported in Hawaii. Get ready to hear more. We had 1 here in South Florida. Didn't hear anything further relating to if anyone else was infected. But folks, please do what's best. Do what is best. That's the only thing I can advise at this point. All right. Next up. Hey, Alexia. All right. So next up, we head on over. Good. Go ahead. Go ahead, Jack. Go right ahead.
Before you move on, I just want to kind of point out that someone is trying to get rid of the CDC as well, right? So how are we going to track these things? Did anyone think about that? Who is going to be responsible for tracking these going forward?
That was a conversation that was had on Dr. Keisha's live last night. And when she broke down, I wasn't taking notes, but when she broke down everything that has pretty much been dismantled. My question to her was, okay, what's left? What is left? What is left? Because what, you brought up a good point, Ja. The CDC is a hub, so to speak. You can go there for information as it relates to research. Doctors rely on the CDC. The general public relies on CDC. Now, when we have food-borne illnesses, anything at all, we need somewhere to report these things so that we can have studies done, so that we can have the information disseminated across the country.
And when people get sick from something they ate, they are the police officers or the detectives that go and find out where the source comes from. I'm on their site right now, and it says as of the 10th, there's 712 cases confirmed, right? And here in 25 jurisdictions. We only mentioned a few. Can I run down the names?
Go ahead. Please.
Alaska, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, they got it in alphabetical order, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York State, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee, Texas, Vermont, and Washington.
And if you
Who
hear
is going
your
to try?
state, hold on, Ja. And if you hear your state, say them again, Ja. Say them again, please. Let us read the states again. And if you're listening, folks, listen to her if you are in any of these states, so that you can consult with your healthcare provider as to the necessary steps that you need to take. You need to know what your status is as it relates to vaccination, if you're eligible to be revaccinated, what have you. Please listen closely as Ja reads the list of the states again. Go ahead, Ja. Thank you.
So I'll repeat. I am on the CDC website right now under measles, which is the R in the MMR. And it says that this page was updated on April 11th. And it also says starting in February, they will update this page Friday. So I guess if you go back on Friday, we'll see if it increased. But as of April 10th, there's a total of 712 confirmed measles cases that were reported by 25 jurisdictions. And the jurisdictions are Alaska, Arkansas, California, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, Maryland, Michigan, Minnesota, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York City, New York State, that's upstate New York, Ohio, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Tennessee, Texas, Vermont, and Washington.
So I guarantee you, Ja, that by Friday, when they update the site again, we're going to have a significant feeling. That is my feeling.
I believe so too. And I'm going to say that Washington is probably like Seattle, Washington, not Washington, D.C., because usually they'll call that the District of Columbia.
Right.
So it has to be Seattle, Washington. Now, I don't want to throw out there that we should be fooled that there's never been any cases of measles, because every once in a while, you get a case here and there. But this is not a case here and there anymore. This is a confirmed outbreak. This is a confirmed virus that is moving from state to state.
Interesting, Ja, as it just popped up in my head. I'm thinking back to 2020, 2019, 2020. Remember? The C, when it was not taken seriously. You remember that? And eventually the entire country had to be shut down. I'm sure we all remember. Health related concerns are not taken seriously. Lives are impacted. Back then, remember, Ja, it was the elderly, those with underlying health conditions who were more prone to unalive because of the C-19, you remember?
Yeah.
Now we
And
have children. Sorry.
I don't know why I scrolled down this page.
I'm glad you did.
Because now they're giving you the percentages. But one thing I wanted to point out is out of these 712 cases, they have a section that says vaccination status. The unvaccinated or unknown out of these 712 cases is 97%. That's crazy. That's crazy for me right now.
It's madness. I'm going to take it that those are people who don't believe in vaccination.
I think I will say the same.
Well, see, Tasha said in the chat that, yep, New York, one case was on her floor at the hospital where she works. Tasha, may I beg you do? Be safe.
You know what I find?
Go ahead, Lexi. Go ahead.
You know what I find weird, and believe me, it is not a joking matter, but it's laughable. As a third world country, as they state we are, or I should say the Caribbean, because I think the whole Caribbean is labeled third world, we won't have this problem. We won't have this problem because, as me say, as our kids drop out of a coach, then get joke. Where they're already at primary school level, them well gas up. So I don't understand how a first world, properly notch country have these problems.
It used to be mandatory. Before I started school, you had to get vaccinations. As a lot of children started to be diagnosed with autism, that's for me when the mindset changed, because a lot of people felt or still feel that the vaccinations are the reason why we have this uptick in autism. I honestly think it's the food, but I'll be quiet because I'm not a doctor.
Yeah, but who made that correlation? Who in real life made that correlation that vaccination contributes to autism or any other type of mutation at birth? Like, who made that correlation as a problem like this? Because now a stagnation cause unofia buckle with measles right now, you know. I don't know if everybody in the Caribbean, you know, them say you can know who is a Jamaican by one nice little patch on their arm. Is that just Jamaicans or is that Caribbean wide?
I think it's, I want to believe it's Caribbean wide enough. And I want to believe also in Africa. I want to believe once you have the vaccine, it's like your stamp.
Yeah,
Your
the
seal of
the first one
your
where you
seal
get
of
a bond.
approval.
Yeah, yeah. Cause I said, oh, you know, it look like me never did get my own. Cause my mother has hers, my daughter has hers, and aunts and uncles, my grandmother have theirs, and I'm like, maybe I missed that vaccine. Said no, is the aftercare.
So
And some people have, as them say, ever in Jamaica, some people have good skin. I never got that patch, but she said I was vaccinated fully,
mhm.
you know? But I
Some of
just
us
don't
have two.
understand.
I have one little one here, and then I have the one that
Big
everybody.
one.
Yeah, I have two. One on each arm. Make me stamp up.
Your passport leak done.
I have seals of approval. So according to Google here, because I did type in Google based on what you were saying, Alexia, do scientists know what causes autism? Research suggests that autism spectrum disorder, ASD, develops from a combination of genetic influences and environmental influences, including social determinants. Another one says census on causes of autism. Leading autism advocacy groups, including Autism Speaks in the US, agree. Research, including studies of twins, genes play a large role. No single environmental factor has been deemed a culprit. Another one, what is 90% of autism caused by? Studies have found that autism spectrum disorder aggregates in families, and twin studies estimate the proportion of the phenotype variance due to genetic factors, heritability, to be about 90%. And everything that I'm looking at is telling me genetics. All right, here's another one. Um, are you born with autism or does it develop? Let's read this one. Autism spectrum disorder is considered a neurodevelopmental disorder, meaning it is present at birth and not something that develops later in life. While the exact causes are still being researched, it's believed that ASD results from disruptions in brain development during early childhood, likely influenced by a combination of genetic and environmental factors. So genes seems to be the number one ingredient in the recipe. You know, Ja, when you put there, probably some preacher, there may be some truth to that. And here's why I'm saying this. People are easily brainwashed through religion, religious beliefs, religious practices. People are more religious than they are spiritual. People are more religious than they are spiritual. They will stand 10 toes down on a religious belief before they have a spiritual connection with their creator. Go ahead, John. Was it?
It's so funny. I just had a conversation with someone about that this week because when I was speaking to them about the different things I did during the pink moon, I said, for me, and I'm not saying because I have been confirmed, I've been christened, all of that, baptized in the Anglican Church. But I feel sometimes when you only have the mindset from that said religion, you become shackled and you can't see anything outside of that. Whereas me, I open my mind to everything because for me, I believe that this world, we all believe that there's this higher being that put us in this place. So I'm going to accept everything. I am not going to be tied down to just one mindset or one thought. Because when you do that, for some, it may become detrimental, as we see with things that happen in this world, people use religion as that catalyst of why they do certain things.
Yeah.
They can't see a bigger picture except for just that.
Yeah. Facts. Facts. So a lot of preachers, and we've seen the videos, many preachers. I don't know if I should call them preachers. I really don't know what to call them. Some things that you see them doing in the name of religion, in the name of God. May God forgive them. Very disturbing videos. Tasha put up, sent one the other day. I said, what kind of nastiness is this? A lot of people hide behind the veil, the curtains of religion to carry out them dirty deeds and acts. But you see the people who follow them, some of them deserve to get led astray because you don't have a mind of your own. You don't know how to think for yourselves. You don't know how to read. Reading is fundamental. Learn to have communication with God for yourself. You don't need a third party, you know. Have that quiet time. If you take up your Bible, ask God for the gift of discernment so that you can understand what it is that He's trying to say to you. Because I'm going to tell you something. Some of the preacher, them, not all, some of them are in it for selfish gains. Not because them love God and I try lead you to God. Them a scam or no. It's just another way to scam. So ask God for the gift of discernment to guide you to the right church. And who is the church? We the people, the body, right? The people make up the church, not the building. But lead you to the right group of people. Just ask God for the gift of discernment. I don't want to go too deep into that. Do not allow yourselves to be led astray. And a lot of times, you don't know when things now go right. Hey, Dre, you don't know when things now go right. Kind of feel it's not the spirit. Something telling you to get up and come out. But a lot of you are hooked on what is known as prosperity preaching. Prosperity preaching. If you're going to church every Sunday, and every Sunday the sermon ends up talking about prosperity, prosperity. Or you're going to have this if you give this, and the more you give, the more blessing you're going to get. And God are going to open up the window. Don't get me started. If every Sunday you're hearing about money, 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 take up your things and run. Let us talk about having a relationship with Christ. We understand, congregations understand, that churches do need money to operate. We get that. The light bill have to pay, the water bill have to pay. We property taxes or whatever applicable statutory taxes have to be paid. We get that. And we will give accordingly, as the Spirit tells us. But to be selling God's blessings in a church, I'm going to take up on the things and run the next direction.
We don't want to hear, close the doors, don't let anybody out.
And them people that deserve to get catch job. The man tell them, say, pay $2,000. He put the $2,000 funding credit card to renew his license, right? So that he told you that his license was invalid for 2 years. He had to get it renewed. He had to cough up $2,000. Red flag number one. Red flag number two, he said it costs to sit up here. He was telling you, for you to hear the word of God from me, you have to pay me to hear it. He told them. And all of them said that, and then some people are defending him.
Mm-hmm.
Who are lost. The man stand up in the pulpit with a $49,000 Rolex in hand. I tell him to close the doors because him need $40,000 because he just paid $2,000 to renew his preaching license. Plus, it costs money for sit down up here. So they all on that the church there. A one bag of idiot, and I said that unapologetically. They got in a phone purse, or if you was watching online and take up on a $20 and give it to him, the whole on no one bagaboo. You not deserve to be led astray because you're not listening. And that is the problem. That is why we get led astray. He who fails to hear will feel. In telling you. Okay, so $2,000. Okay. And then it costs money for sitting a person. That if I was in that church, I'd be like, who is going to benefit from this 40,000? What is this $40,000 for? What is it for? Is it to pay Sister Jane, Mary, and Sandra's light bill? Who is having some financial difficulty that we need to help them over? Are we having a feed the homeless drive? What is this money for? Now come tell me about it cost money for sit down up here so and $2,000 to renew your license. On a fall feet. You can't catch me. Catch who? Oh, sir, you have to come good. Who get the other 38,000 is the question. Go ahead, Alexia. Wanna get me started this morning.
I always ask this question, right? If these ministers are true followers of Christ, they wouldn't have all of that luxury. Because if they were supposed to follow the true path that Jesus Christ trod, this man owned nothing in this world. He owned nothing. He didn't own a house. He never owned a car. Not saying that they shouldn't. You get what I say? Because within reason, you have to get around and you have to have shelter. You get me? But the extravagance, this is how I know that these men aren't true followers of God and they cannot lead me because they are building their kingdoms here. They are building their riches here. There anybody where you see a build for them riches here. They cannot tell me anything. The message has been tainted. You get me?
So I'll say this, Alexia. Me personally believe a preacher for go work. Go look at work if you want to live your lavish lifestyle. Don't do it out of the church. Now, there are some who have businesses, who are professionals in their own right, and them conduct them business outside of the church. You have money, so if out of that you acquire your luxury items, whatever, that's fine. But use what comes into the house of the God for your personal gain. If you're a preacher, you have 7 picnic, you need people to feed them, and there's a stipend that you get from the church. But there's something on the side, but do not use God's money that is intended to take care of the flock to take care of yourselves. Don't do that. I'm not gonna. I see what you're saying, but I'm not asking any preacher to live in dire poverty. I'm not doing that. But do not.
I'm not talking about poverty. I'm not talking about poverty. I'm not talking about poverty. What message are you sending as as you would say, the shepherd over the flock, right? You told us God ordained you lead a flock to Him, right? What message are you sending when 3/4 of your flock poor but you rich, even if it's of your own accord? Or riches do not exist. If you're a follower of Christ, even the Muslims will tell you your riches do not exist on this plane. It is in heaven or in Jannah, not here. Anyone who compels their riches in this life, they have no prospects for the life to come. Right across the board.
I have mixed feeling about that. That I have mixed feeling about, because here's the thing, Alexia. So many preachers like to go before a church and When you go to them and ask them for help, then tell them to go pray. But when they need help, then come to you. So they keep telling us, and we've heard this for years, that if you live in poverty and wait till you're dead for have a good life. I don't think God wants all
But
of
they're not
us here
doing
on
it.
earth. I don't think God wants us here. As it is in heaven, as it is in heaven, let it be so on earth. So if riches are in a heaven, God wants us to have it on earth. So that is my interpretation. I don't think God wants anybody living in squalor and
No, but
dire
mommy,
straits.
I'm not squalor either.
I get what you're saying. I'm just saying, because based on what you said, right? Chip agrees.
We hear Chief.
That's what just said. No, here's the thing. The problem with us as humans is that we are attached to earthly things. You can have them, but put them in their rightful place. You're not supposed to worship money. You're not supposed to worship anything. Your house, your car, no land, your business. You don't worship those things. And that's the problem. You can have them, but the problem, Alexia, is that people worship them. Having them does not mean that you can't enter the kingdom of heaven. It is the value you place on them. Why is this doing this? I have to do this and this. Okay, yeah. It's the value you place on them. Hey, Julie, right? If you are worshiping these things, you never better try lead a congregation. Put things in a rightful place.
Remember, I see him back. It is easier for a camel to get through a needle, the eye of a needle,
than it is
than
for
a
a
rich
rich man to enter the kingdom of heaven, because of the very fact that worship things, not God. They don't worship the source, them worship the things that they acquire from the source. And that is the problem. That is the problem. Relationship is not supposed to be with your computer. Your relationship is not supposed to be with your jewelry. Your relationship is not supposed to be with these tangible things. You're supposed to have a spiritual relationship, because everything that is good come from our provider. But I'm not preach this morning. I could keep it moving. But God for the gift of discernment. And back to the article. A lot of preachers are responsible for telling their congregation, don't get vaccination, it is of the devil. Don't do this, everything is of the devil. Even when people need to have surgery, life-saving surgery, them are telling them, don't do it. But I can tell you something. Them are run go do it. Them are run go do it. And herein lies a situation, because there is a certain community in Texas where the measles outbreak started, right, Ja? And they have their religious beliefs, not spiritual, religious beliefs. They do not believe in vaccination, because that is what they were taught within their religious sect. No common sense, no prevail. And that is why the mother, I think they had how many other children? They have how many other children? Like 4 more?
Yeah, I think it was 3 or 4 more.
Right. So to them, it's no big deal. So one unalive. And they said they don't regret the fact that they did not vaccinate their children, because the others are okay. So losing one, oh, no big deal. They probably look at it as a sacrifice. I don't know, John. That is how I feel. Them probably look at it, you know what? I'm probably going to get a greater blessing because I allowed one of my children to go.
Yeah, I think that as well. Or more so, they just say it is the will of, the big man. It's the will. I don't know if we can say the big, the big man. It's the will of the big man.
Yeah. Here's the thing, John. But you should be able to say God. Why you can't say God?
People are funny. We'll get someone that don't believe in it, and then we get flagged or something.
Well, if they don't believe, that's on them. Me not gonna make them not believe. Me must make myself uncomfortable to make them comfortable. Awesome. And then when me stand up before God and he tell me, say, move right in front of me, come me deny me, I go say, but when God. All right. Anyway, Yeah, folks, just be on the watch, be pay attention. Um, do your research, folks, as it relates to measles. Please do your research. Pay attention to symptoms just in case. All right. Okay, we're not asking you to be paranoid. We're just asking you to protect yourselves the best way possible and protect your loved ones, your communities, and the world at large. All right, next up, Grenada and Saudi Arabia signed a landmark air service agreement. Article courtesy of Caribbean National Weekly. Grenada has signed a historic air service agreement with the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, marking a major milestone in diplomatic and economic cooperation between the two nations. The agreement aims to expand international air connectivity, enhance tourism, and open new avenues for trade and investment. The accord was formally signed today in Doha. Well, that was yesterday. My apologies. Yesterday, yesterday was the 14th. So the accord was formally signed in Doha by Grenada's Prime Minister and Minister for Civil Aviation, Honorable Decon Mitchell, along with His Excellency Abdulaziz bin Abdullah Al Hajj, who is President of Saudi Arabia's General Authority of Civil Aviation. The signing followed bilateral discussions between aviation officials, including the Vice President of Air Transport and International Cooperation. The agreement sets the framework for the operation of international commercial air transport services between Grenada and Saudi Arabia. It outlines key provisions governing administrative and operational responsibilities, traffic rights, code sharing, tariffs, and safety and security standards. All right, so good move, Grenada. Good move. Good move. And of course, we had a conversation last was the week before about the entire region working together to take advantage of this opportunity. And now that we have a deeper understanding that it will open up international commercial air transport, meaning we'll be able to move goods from the region to Saudi Arabia, take advantage of the markets there. And yes, there are a lot of Caribbean nationals who do live in Saudi Arabia, who do live in the Middle East. All right. So another opportunity for the Caribbean region. Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Thank you. All right, next up, according to nowgrenada.com, the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, in collaboration with the Caribbean Agriculture, Health and Food Safety Agency, continues to assist the Ministry of Agriculture and Lands, Forestry, Marine Resources, and Cooperatives rectifying its sanitary and phytosanitary regulations in an attempt to maintain Grenada's sole access to the fresh soursop in the United States of America. Interesting. So, the Ministry of Agriculture in Grenada is being supported through two projects entitled Enhancing SPS Capacity and Market Access for Grenadian Soursop Exports. And this is funded by the Standards and Trade Development Facility and FAO Technical Cooperation Program. These projects have several components, which include strengthening surveillance, detection, diagnosis, and emergency response system, piloting a certification and traceability systems, improving production practices, and mitigating risks, expanding export markets. So Grenada right now is still the only country that is authorized to export fresh soursop into this important market. Good job. Good for you, Grenada. So to the rest of the Caribbean, can you all do what is necessary so that you can join? Soursop is gold right now, Soursop leaf tea, soursop drink, so on and so forth. So, folks, it is the only country authorized to export fresh soursop to this important market. Do some collaboration, the rest of the Caribbean. So I want to know all the soursop juice that I see in the freezer section, 100% soursop pulp, rather, not juice, the pulp, that I see in the supermarket under a particular brand. in the Latin American food section. Them get that from Grenada too? Just wondering if that is also from Grenada. Because a lot of it you see here. Yeah, it is a drink that is had, it's very popular in the Latin community. Hey, Mr. President, morning. Your island are going with things, Mr. President. The only country authorized to export fresh soursop to the United States of America. Good father.
Soursop is no longer Soursop, is Mr. Soursop now, you know.
The right
I
honorable.
remember we used to be playing games, pelting it behind one another. You see how happy we was? We used to just pick up the old Soursop to play games, you know, down by the river, you know. Lord.
Is it specific to the Caribbean? You know, that's a good question. Let's look that up, Niece. So Niece wants to know if it is specific to the Caribbean. Let's take a look at the history. Soursop, also called graviola, guayabano, and in Latin America, guanabana, is a fruit of Annona moricata, a broadleaf flowering evergreen tree. Let's see here. It is native to the tropical regions of the Americas and the Caribbean and is widely propagated. So it seems to be a Caribbean thing. The soursop chunks I have is from Colombia with the Ocherius label with an address. You got to do that, this Lord. You catch me off guard. That is scandalous. Of us are familiar with the brand Ocherius. You go to your international food section in your supermarket, you see them canned beef, them one heap of make. I don't need to go any further. We're just going to further support what James has been saying and sharing in his concerns that we have things labeled Jamaican. The contents, the ingredients are not Jamaican.
Miss, you're laughing, but does that present an opportunity for us in the Caribbean to reclaim and to use our islands as a brand? So to get aggressive and spend the requisite money necessary to go off for whatever infringement they are committing, and to further develop a niche market where we could produce high quality, even if it's slightly more expensive products that could really bring in some much needed revenue, manufacturing jobs and everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So we're laughing at, but maybe it's an opportunity that we're ignoring.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I agree.
But so I feel opposite because obviously someone maybe in JA sold their name to that company. So you can't sue them for anything.
Anything you sell could buy back or could give back. When you have the power, you can make the rules. It might be a little difficult, but you can make the rules. Just redefine it. You know how much contracts get cancelled and you bring them back to the table. If they don't want to negotiate, you just cancel it. Look at what's going on in this state. Do you think Barry Gold and all of them would have go back to the table after all the fuss they make? Guess what? They make a lot of noise coming out, but they ease back in and start operation without anybody they don't want anybody to realize, because they know the benefit they still get even with the new deals that is more equitable. So there is room for that.
So you see, Niece sent me down a rabbit hole, the company profile. The Lue family, Lue, patriarch and founder of Ocherius International, gathered flavors from journeys in 1955. Fresh lychees in Shenzhen, China, onto Jamaica, Blue Mountain coffee, ackee and jerk seasoning, swinging Central America and her exotic fruits, tamarind and plantain, to Florida, USA, and her aromatic saw palmetto honey. In 1987, Ocherius International was launched with Aston and Michelle, his wife, and their industrious family, committed to customer service and quality products ever since. Thanks to our dedicated team of associates, Ocherius International has won many awards. Well, you can get they also distribute other brands, but so they distribute a wide array of specialty foods from two locales, Miami, Florida, and Atlanta, Georgia. Select quality products are also available through wholesalers in the USA, UK, the Caribbean, and Australia. The tradition of Ocherius brings innovation to the kitchen table, like the enriching flavor of green pigeon peas, gongo peas, with coconut milk combo or jerk curry seasonings. Ray. I'm going to stop it. But then I go make me out. On a big up on yourself, yeah. On a do thing. It is a shame though that you're eating corned beef that you think is Jamaican. Um and you're consuming a lot of things that you think are Jamaican, but not. And you know, when I go when I got stressed out over it, folks. I think, yeah, it is a form of deception, quite frankly, when us as Jamaicans walk into a store and they think, oh my gosh, see the Jamaican thing here. And then it's, yeah, I get. CARICOM renews call for reparations for Haiti. This article courtesy of CaribbeanWeekly.gov. As the Caribbean community CARICOM strengthens its push for global reparations, Haiti has taken center stage once again. During remarks at the fourth session of the Permanent Forum on People of African Descent, CARICOM Secretary General Dr. Carla Barnett underscored the continued significance of Haiti's case, especially with a painful anniversary looming. Reparations for Haiti continue to be central to CARICOM's reparation theme. April 2025 marks the bicentenary of the indemnity of 150 million francs imposed on by France as reparations for loss of property, including enslaved Africans, and as a precondition for recognizing the island's independence, Dr. Barnett said. The negative economic and social effects of this historical injustice are painfully clear. I'm going to mute you. I think she muted by mistake. Okay, the negative economic and social effects of this historical injustice are painfully clear, with arguable links to the situation in Haiti today. This anniversary presents an opportunity to bring global attention and a deeper understanding of the situation in Haiti, and serves as a call to action to address the ongoing security, humanitarian, and governance crises in the country. But it's more than nobody not listening. Nobody not listening. We keep talking, but they're not listening. There are a lot. So okay, say fine, you're able to recoup the money, but there's more than that that's going on there. We need all the international organizations to pull out and leave them alone. We need for their gold to be returned to them. Whoever has their gold, whomever has their gold for safekeeping needs to return their gold to them, give them back their money, and everybody leave Haiti. Period. Go ahead, Mr.
Yes, I think we're diluting our case with Haiti when we talk about reparation, right? The reparation is like compensation for atrocity, some atrocity that is done. Why don't we start by taking France to task for all the money that is legitimately owed to Haiti to start with? Take them to task for that, okay? And I'm tired of the oppressed, going to beg favors from the oppressors. People that enslaved you, that don't recognize you as human beings, that took all the resources, that is still benefiting from the said resources. Why do you think they, and a matter of fact, they did all that while they had Jesus, right? So it's not like they just found him. So what make you think that they will change right now? It's not like they did all that, having religion and having faith and having God and having everything else. So you can't go to beg people like that. The Caribbean have to find a way to come together, utilize the resources we currently have, kick out the people that are exploiting the Caribbean and Africa, try as best as possible to see if you can get some kind of judgment against France and them for the money legitimately owed, even before to talk about reparations to the Haitian people. But God help us to get in a code that can rule in our favor, because they control all the codes. But at least we could kind of stop some of the bleeding right now by starting to work together, by starting to utilize our resources, by starting to change our entire foreign policies, the way we interact with each other and all the stuff that we have to start here. We have to gut the system. It's not working. The current system would never work for us. It wasn't designed to work for us. It is just the continuation of colonization, because those system was placed there. We're still going by laws by the process. How are you going to get any kind of real tangible benefit? It would not happen. I think we're kind of delusional. So we'll get a handout here or there, but I think it's more critical to take control of our resources. It's more critical to come up with independent thought processes as to how we can work together and utilize what we currently have. And once we build up strength, then we could probably look at going after them. But going after them now is just lip service, to tell you the truth. One or two people will give you a few $1,000, make some speech and tell you they're sorry, but they will do it next week again if they get the opportunity. So I think it's a waste of time, to tell you the honest truth. I'm not saying I can't table it, but I think it's a waste of time.
I'm with you. And how many times have we said that? We've had the conversation several times. And the truth of the matter is this, Mr. President, they know all of this. Everything that we're saying, they know. It's a deliberate move on their part to ignore, because they don't care. They don't want Haiti to be restored. They don't want Haiti to be uplifted. It's a suppression, and we are beating that somehow the sound not reaching them ears the way it ought to. They refuse to change their perspective. They refuse to change the way they think, the way they feel. They refuse to. Can you imagine? I didn't even give it to you. You come in, take up my buckle of Hennessy, and say you're going to keep it for me. 10 years down the road, I said, Mr. President, my buckle of Hennessy, it's supposed to age well good now. I'm ready for it. Can I have my Hennessy? That you took about it. I asked you to keep it now. You take it up and say you're going to keep it for me. Because to be safer with you. You don't want to give me my Hennessy. But what you do, come to find out, you take my buckle of Hennessy at the time that was worth $100. You turn around and sell it for $500. To start a business. You take the $500, you start the business. You know, say, all right, you know what? Moments a year, buckle of Hennessy me using it. Me give you money every month or every year. I still have it for you. Me invest it for you, and here are the returns on the investment. Me not say not no to the money, the gold what I take from Haiti. Where is it? Where is Haiti's gold? Okay, next on to Jamaica we go. Realtors partner police, to tackle property scams. Oh, well, yeah, sir. This article comes to us courtesy of Nationwide Radio, JM. You said people scammer them not rest. Them not tired. Do they ever get a peaceful night's sleep? The Advocacy and Lobbying Committee of the Realtors Association of Jamaica is warning the public about scammers posing as real estate professionals. Committee Chairman Nevin Nish says there has been an upsurge in reports of criminals using deceptive tactics to target property seekers. As Robian Williams reports, the association has joined forces with the police and other key stakeholders in a bid to thwart their efforts. Let's take a look at this soundbite.
The rise of social media has given way to an increase in fake pages designed to facilitate fraudulent schemes, and the real estate industry is not immune. One of the most common scams involves fraudsters stealing legitimate property listings from realtors, creating fake social media profiles, and altering contact details to their own. Unsuspecting victims are then duped into paying for property viewings or making deposits on homes that are not actually for sale or rent. Chairman of the Realtors Association of Jamaica's Advocacy and Lobbying Committee, Nevin Nish, is reminding the public that licensed realtors in Jamaica do not charge fees for property viewings.
Real estate is an emotional activity. And so what is that these persons would have preyed on persons who are really looking for properties. And because, yes, the property market is hard to find, it's challenging to find properties, then, they say offer them this some sweet deal. As in, to come and look at this property, you have to pay a deposit. Real estate persons do not ask for a deposit to come and view any property. If the deal is too sweet, property is listed at 100 million, and when you look in a different area, you see it's now there for about 35 million. That is a red flag. With that, they'll ask you to make a deposit, and once you make a deposit, they'll come and show it to you, and you are then scammed.
He is also advising potential buyers and renters to request a realtor's pocket license, an official ID issued by the real estate board, to verify their credentials.
You want to ensure that you're dealing with a legitimate real estate agent. You can easily check the real estate board website and even the RAJ's website and type in to see if that person who you're conducting business with is who he say he is. Sure that they have a registered office, legitimate business office that persons can go to.
In an effort to tackle the increasing threat, the Real Estate Association held a meeting in March at the Office of the Commissioner of Police. Representatives from law enforcement, the real estate sector, and regulatory bodies convened to develop a strategic plan to curb real estate fraud. Mr. Nish says as these schemes become more sophisticated, the association remains committed to protecting the integrity of the industry and ensuring that property seekers do not fall victim to fraud.
The land is the primary source of all material. From it comes everything, and so we have to safeguard this industry. And so if we have these scammers who are threatening to run amok and derail the good integrity of this industry, then Jamaica stands to lose. We cannot allow something like this to deter any of the trust that has been built over the years. We have to step up on this matter. We will see a consistent public education campaign going out as at the end of this month, and you would see that all the real estate brokerages would be invited to partner in terms of pushing out this information, because most brokerages have been impacted by this.
Robianne Williams for Nationwide News.
Scammers, come to the front. Aren't you all tired? Aren't you all tired?
How are they going to be tired moments? That's their job. That is their job. That is how they make money.
I need to renew my real estate license. Listen, folks. If you're purchasing a home, or if you're in the market to purchase a home, no matter where in the world, and them look for you and pay a fee to view the property, exit left quick. If them look for you until say you have to pay a deposit to see the property, them going to hold on to this deposit for you left. We're not talking about the deposit now that you make to enter into contract because you want to take the house off the market, right? We're not talking about that deposit that gets put on an escrow account or put it into an escrow account. That's not the deposit we're talking about. If I'm a real estate agent and I'm a registered realtor, I say to you, Ja, to be able to show you this property, you're going to have to pay a fee. Ja, please do me a favor. Do not engage with me. Keep it moving.
You know, so here in Texas, when you're looking for apartments, unfortunately, they do ask you to pay up front for the application before they show you anything. That's for an apartment, not for an actual home or something like that.
When did that come about, Ja? You know, when I know you pay the application, if you have looked at the model and you feel comfortable that you want to live there and you want to go through the process to see if you're qualified to live there, then you pay the application fee.
I can't tell you when it started. I only know from family members that have here now and have been looking for apartments, and they have to pay application fee, whether apartment or not, and they're not actually even getting the money back.
Okay, so from what I know, from my experience, both in Georgia and here in Florida, when you are looking for somewhere to rent, you do not pay an application fee until you say to the agent, I want to see if I will qualify for this property, this apartment, right? Because there are certain criteria that you must meet. Now, that application fee is non-refundable. So before you proceed, if you know in your mind say you're not going to qualify, don't even pay the application fee, right? You need to find out from them, and if they're forthcoming and above board, they will let you know what the qualifiers are. They will let you know. And right then and there, you must know. Credit is one of them. History, rental history. Do you have any evictions? Then, and if you know you have them things there, you know, so you're not going to qualify for your property, don't waste your money. If an agent says to you, if you go to an apartment complex and you go in that the office, the leasing office, and you say to the agent, do you have any 1, 2, or 3 bedrooms available? And they said to you, yes. And you tell them you'd like to see it, they will take your ID. They may ask you for your ID, your identification, usually your driver's license. They fill out a form, a viewing form, because they need that for their records to say that you came to look at the property. And it's also used to follow well. And if they have multiple properties, they will forward the information to the other locations to see, if you may be interested. However, you jump in the golf cart, no money, no exchange. You jump in the golf cart or walk, depending on how close the apartment is to the leasing office. You jump in the people them golf cart, them carry you go around and show you the different models that they have. If you know in the back of your head, say, yes, this are the right fit and me will qualify, you go back to the leasing office. The agent will ask you if you would like to move forward, and you'll say yes. And then they will tell you there is a non-refundable, NON, non-refundable application fee. Some properties, not all, some properties, if you are approved for the apartment, they will put it towards your deposit. Some, not all. Let's make that clear. If you don't qualify, you are not entitled to a refund, but they should let you know these things. These are questions you ask the leasing agent. Is there an application fee? Is it refundable? Is it non-refundable? Ask the questions. When you go to a model or a trailer for a new development and you're speaking with a real estate agent, no money exchanges hands unless you're entering a contract to purchase, where they remove the inventory from the market. Escrow. So let us say they say to you, you need to put down $1,000. You put your $1,000 down, it is made payable to the company, and it goes in escrow. Listen to me. I'm making people them out here robbing them left, right, and center, man. Maybe it's a qualifying fee. Can be one application fee because they're okay. So here's the thing, Alexia. To do background checks, they have to pay the different service providers. There is a cost to do certain checks. That is why there is a fee. They're not going to absorb that, and I can't blame them for that. Right? There are certain things that they have to do that cost money. So some background checks, depending on the company that they use, if the companies are thorough, can be pretty pricey. Yeah. And it is important that you know who you're renting your property to. You don't want to know that don't just anybody all willy-nilly. That is, safety is important as much as you can extend that. Make sense? Yeah. Mr. President, easy. It's a qualifying fee. I like how you put that. But my folks in Jamaica, wanna stop it. Me I beg you do. You're making it bad for those who are honest. You're making it bad for those who are doing their job. And you will get caught at some point. Stop leaving a sour taste in people's mouths. Why do we want to be known as the capital of scamming? Is that what we're trying to attain here? Is this the end goal? The scams have become more sophisticated. Come on, people. Want to really go out there and create fake pages. And I go on with myself, I do the most. Man, I really not to do it on myself now in a time. Go and get your real estate license if you want to be a realtor. The course, you have different courses. I mean, length of time, rather, what your availability is. Go and do the right thing. Go and get your real estate license. It's not that hard. Well, it depends when I say. It's not that hard. And become a legitimate realtor where you can show property, because you're very creative to create these convincing social media pages. So what's the problem? Wanna legalize on a thing? I don't know what to tell them now. I don't know, brother. Oh, unsuspecting victims are then duped into paying for property viewings or making deposits on homes that are not actually for sale or rent. Stealing legitimate property listings from creating fake social media profiles and altering contact details to their. So now buyers have to be more diligent, do more research. Anyway, next up, also in Jamaica, Prime Minister warns ignorance threatens Jamaica's democracy. This article, courtesy of Nationwide Radio. Prime Minister Dr. Andrew Holness says ignorance among some members of society is a real threat to the country's democracy. He made the assertion while addressing the Jamaica Labour Party's constituency conference in East St. Catherine on Sunday. Here is Mahira Stewart with more in this report.
Speaking to hundreds of Labourites on Sunday, Prime Minister Holness reasoned that a lack of knowledge among the population was a major hindrance to the nation's democracy. He referenced a TikTok video in which the creator was casting doubt on information about the stability of the Jamaican dollar.
So I hear one of the liars them say, them a talk about the dollar stable. The dollar not stable at all. And I say, but hold on now. This period between 2016 and now has been the most stable that the Jamaican dollar has ever been. We have seen the least depreciation in the value of the dollar. But this little liar on the live spewing falsehood And the real problem we have, the real threat to our democracy is ignorance. The real threat to our democracy is ignorance in our population. People don't know. The other real threat is bad mind. And when you put ignorance and bad mind together, you have a real problem.
He accused the opposition PNP of pushing falsehoods in an attempt to mislead the public. According to Dr. Holness, misinformation that plays on the ignorance of some Jamaicans is a hurdle to progress.
What the power-hungry PNP will do is use their bad mind mentality and play upon the ignorance of people. And they will use every instrument available to them to put an obstacle in your own progress because it doesn't match their political agenda. And that is why, labor rights, we must never sit back idly and comfortably when the PNP is on a mission for their own self-aggrandizement. We must be vocal. We must be loud. We must be militant against those who will use bad mind to influence ignorance against the rest of the people.
Meanwhile, the Prime Minister addressed comments by Mayor of Mandeville, Donovan Mitchell, in relation to the government's plan to build a recreational park in Manchester. Mayor Mitchell says focus should instead be placed on renovating the Mandeville market. Dr. Holness cited this as an example of political expediency.
In no park, I have never heard a more backward kind of thinking than this. But as I said, when you put ignorance and bad mind together, very dangerous, because they don't want the Jamaica Labour Party to have the political credit. He would rather deprive the people of their park for political power for themselves. What kind of leadership is that? They don't choose you. They don't choose Jamaica. They choose themselves. They are only about power for themselves.
Mahiri Stewart for Nationwide News.
I'm sorry. Whoa, if the love Prime Minister want us one more time. Oh, oh, oh. Lord help me, Jesus. No, sir. How about where Prime Minister come from? The man made me laugh the other day when him said in a parliament, you are not the father. Hey, I want a DJ at the dance there. When him not talk. Who was the DJ?
So wait, someone played the music while he was.
Yeah.
I thought that was an add-in to the.
No, it's not a play the song. The DJ draw for the tune. Give me on YouTube. Give me the dance nice to box. ain't gonna be the new dance at Jamaica this year. Blows and skirt. The DJ draft for the Capleton to Rockstone. Bad man, I go kill them. So Alexis saying, I'm lost. Isn't wanting the market fixed choosing the people? Alexia, talk up your mind. Wait, you can't talk?
In the last part with the mayor, right? Where he said that the mayor is not choosing the people, he's choosing himself. He wants to put in a park, right? And the mayor says he don't want no park in the market for fix. Market is commerce. Fixing the market is integral because shopping in a market, say rain come down while you're there, you need coverage. The people need coverage. A lot of these people can't go back and forth with their goods. So if you fix up the market properly, they can properly store, right? The market also would need a bathroom facility. You get what I say? And other things. And remember, in the market, if you can remember moments, especially Brownstone Market, and not just grown provisions being sold. You have little restaurant areas in the market as well and so forth that the market will buy from, and also people who are buying. So my thing is, remember, I'm not politically charged in any way. Me not choose no side, but me just say, isn't fixing the market a priority? Don't say the man is not choosing the people himself when he says he wants a market and not a car park. I'm lost.
Hold on a second. Let me go back a second. Coming on, miss. Give me a second, folks. Bear with me there. Hold on. Let's see if it's this part of it.
What the power-hungry PNP will do is use their bad mind mentality and play upon the ignorance of people. And they will use every instrument available to them to put an obstacle in your own progress because it doesn't match their political agenda. And that is why, labor rights, we must never sit back idly and comfortably when the PNP is on a mission for their own self-aggrandizement. We must be vocal. We must be loud. We must be militant against those who use bad mind to influence ignorance against the interests of the people.
All right, hold on. So it's not that far. Hold on. Let me see something. Hold on, Alexi. Hold on there. Because I want to make sure.
No park. I've never heard a more backward kind of thinking than this. But as I said, when you put ignorance and bad mind together, very dangerous, because they don't want the Jamaica Labour Party to have the political credit. He would rather deprive the people of their park for political power for themselves. What kind of leadership is that? They don't choose you. They don't choose Jamaica. They choose themselves. Because they don't want the Jamaica Labour Party to have the political credit.
What? Let me get serious for a second. What kind of park exactly are we talking about? Our park? Is it a recreational park? What kind of park is it, Lexi, you know?
No, I'm not from that parish, but no park can trump a market. No park can trump a market. A market is an area of commerce, daily commerce. If it's even a car park where taxis will come in and do their thing, I don't think a taxi park can trump the amount of money a market can trump. What I'm saying? Or maybe it's equal or what? I don't know, but I'm just saying.
Okay, what is the condition of the market? Okay, go ahead, Niece. Go ahead, Ami.
What I wanted to say is, I mean, I don't know much about town planning, but if you're building a house, you have to lay the plumbing and the electrical pipes first. We see what happened as Brownstone has expanded, where the market has expanded and overflowed, but there is no emphasis in providing a park for all these persons to park. So what do? They park in the road. If you've ever seen an ambulance go through the town, it's absolutely ridiculous. And I saw, if it is the one in Mandeville, it would make sense to build a park first, get the people off the road. Because when you put in the market or expand the market, you're going to have more people, you're going to have more vehicles. They need somewhere to go. Again, the information, I'm not hearing all of it. I don't know if this is the case, but it would make sense that if you're going to expand where you're getting in more customers, you want to lay the framework for where these people are going to go. Look at KFC in Brownstown and that huge plaza right there. Where do people park? In the road, because there's nowhere else to park.
Niece, the last time I was there, and I had to stop right in front of Riley's Plaza, Herbie's Plaza, right? Because going to the pharmacy there was nowhere to park. So I'm on the side of the road, waiting. So, me can't park, so me staying at the vehicle. My mom went about her business. The police come, me can't park, that's so. Where do you want me to go? Where do you want me to go? Where's there to go? There is nowhere to park in Brownstone. Nowhere.
And that situation is not today. That is not today. Yeah, and the town keeps developing. And when Satan came in and his person was in power, I said, you know what? They tend to give the newbies them everything that they want. And I said it to him. So many houses that develop in the area over the last 10 years, there's no infrastructure that was done for additional water storage. There was no additional structure that was put up for parking, right? So everybody just chuck up in the one little area. We must can't find another area. Look at down by that retreat. There's places there they can put up business complex down there. Just kind of expand the town. Why is it that everybody from Bamboo, from Alexandria, from Trelawney keeps gravitating towards Brownstone? Expand the hub, put some additional services. Just avoid the crowd in Brownstone. Mm-hmm. Yeah, put the services that they're coming for. And remember, we were talking about, okay, fine, the post office is limited in what it can do, but you can then create a hub for other services to be provided there. One little office for NIS, one little for court, whatever, one little office for ATM, yeah? So you give persons access to these services that they would normally traverse 10 miles into Brownstone and create a further bottleneck and give them access to their services in their town.
For town planning, if it's a car park that he's talking about, Alexia, tell you we need it. The parks, you have to take the people off the road. You have to take the people off the road because it's hard to walk when vehicular traffic, pedestrian traffic. It is hard to navigate when everybody's in the streets. So creating, let us say, and I'm hoping he's talking about a car park. Creating the car park will free up the roadway, make it easier for people to move about, for vehicles to move about, right? It will also make it easier for persons to access the businesses. People will tell you, and from where we're from, people will tell you, them now got in a certain business because they cannot manage to walk through the traffic. Them can't manage to walk through the vehicle, them will park up on the road. Them can't manage to walk through the vendors who are spread out in the road. They will tell you. So we have to, step one, clear the way. And if you don't clear the way, how are you going to have the trucks moving through with the construction material? I know needs, I don't really want to put there, family business out there, but they have trucks. And you would, where we were, you could see the trucks that a struggle to move through the town to get from point A to point B. Because why? People park all over in the road. Go ahead, niece.
And I don't know if you heard about the incident with the student at Servite Primary, where he was on vehicle and pushed into the traffic of another vehicle. And he ended up in the hospital, and I think he was still unresponsive up to recently. Wow. And then that's the other thing. The town has expanded, the schools have expanded, no sidewalks, or the sidewalks have dissolved, into facades. Because I think the only place that there's a sidewalk right now is that little section up to your past Coolways is going down to Servite, and then that's it. So we have all these kids who are walking back and forth, who are forced to take taxis for safety purposes.
I don't know. Okay, so we have the question in the chat, means can they do both? Why can't they fix the market and the car park at the same time? Not sounds good, but not practical. Not practical because of the roadway. Not practical at all.
And it could be a budget issue as well, funding, and also the project component of it, who is going to be managing the project.
Yeah, morning, Charlie. Yeah, it's kind of based on how the place is set. It is hard to do both, because even when people are doing construction in the town, there is some interference with the movement of traffic, right? Because you have to move out into the roadway, so to speak. Very familiar with the whole setup. It's, easier said than done.
But even if from the outside looking at it, it seems that even if you do the car park, I don't see, because it doesn't seem like it's a comprehensive part of a comprehensive plan. So I don't think it will move the needle that much based on the conversation we're having here. What you need is a comprehensive town and country planning thing in place. You may have to go to a point where you have to look at the entire efficiency of Kingston and how it works. You have to make some roads one way because you may not be able to expand them. So you have to make some road one way. You have to look at a redesign of it to make it efficient. Because as you're saying, I mean, even if you just put in one or two car park here or there, it does not seem like it will curb the bigger problem. And just redirecting traffic properly and so probably could ease a lot of the congestion. You could also look at park and drive, where you may not have the facility within the city itself to the heat of the town to create the car parks and stuff. So you could go a 15 minutes away or whatever, where you could create massive parking facility and have a park and ride or some mini railroad system or something into the city. That way you take a lot of the vehicle off in the heat of the city. You have to do stuff like that, because if it is getting worse, and it will get worse, so now the park could be full and there will still be nowhere to park. Mm-hmm. So a comprehensive solution is needed from what I see, from what I hear, from the limited information I gather in this conversation. I yield.
All right. Thank you, Mr. President. All right. Anybody else before we move on? All right. What you say to the People's National Party is stop the bad mindism. On a serious note, though, you need to, if you intend to be back in control of the country and to move the country forward, right now I'm not convinced on a ready for it. That's the honest truth. I'm not hearing enough substance. I'm not hearing, and I get it, you don't want to talk your plans because you don't want nobody got teeth for no plans. I get it. But some way, find a way to make your message appealing So you don't come across as just constantly criticizing, but not offering a solution. You have to be more, the entire team, right? The entire party, you have to be in unison and come forward, all of you, with solutions to your various portfolios. You have to be solutions oriented. You can't just be big on pointing out problems, faults, critiquing everything, but you're not telling your people how you plan to or what you plan to do to improve upon. Nothing of that sort. That's, I don't know if I'm missing the messages, but I'm not hearing them. Right? I don't know.
Moments. I am not even too sure what the opposition parliamentarian is saying is a parallel. What I know is that the Prime Minister is a very skilled politician. So if we have a whole discussion and we don't even know the gist of the matter. We don't know if it's a car park, if it's a play park, we just know it's a park. But I rest assured, everybody would leave this conversation saying the opposition party bad-minded progress, even without getting. So the opposition have to realize
you sound like
that,
a PNP.
No, it's not about that. You have to acknowledge the skill of the current PM. He's very good. But many times where he make a lot of outlandish, very nice statements sound pretty, and things change. He would change that he had been responsible for the last 10, 15, how much years, that he didn't change. But he come up with an idea now and saying, oh, we will do that going forward, or this should have been done when it was not done. Watch forever. He's very good. He's a very good politician. So we have to take what he say with a grain of salt. I yield.
So, all right, let's get down to the nitty-gritty of it now. Excuse me. Further down, Mayor Mitchell says focus should be placed on renovating the Mandeville market. Dr. Holness says this is an example of political expediency. So let us be serious now. The Mandeville market needs to be renovated. Hold on, let me back off it. Meanwhile, the Prime Minister addressed comments by Mayor of Mandeville, Donovan Mitchell, in relation to the government's plan to build a recreational park in Manchester. All right, hold on a second. I'm going to stop right there. So, James, I think last year it was, I'm not sure if you're able to speak, but last year I want to believe it was, we had conversation about outlets for our young people, right? Our young people are of great concern to us because we don't have outlets for them. And so because they don't have somewhere to go, to be children, to take them away from the devices that they're fixated, we're losing them and they're getting caught up in, extracurricular activities that they have no business being a part of. And I'm trying to be very discreet here. So I get what you're saying, Alexia, that having the renovation to the Mandeville market being done first should be priority because we need the revenue, but we also need peace of mind and we need our children. In a case like this, if both can be done at the same time, by all means. And you're right, Mr. President, Lord of mercy, all age attend. You're right, Mr. President. Words, right? Because I don't recall if the Prime Minister said which park. He said park. But here in the transcript, it's more detailed. Or I wasn't paying attention. It could be that I wasn't paying attention. I was too caught up with the DJ and the bad man. I got kill them.
Let me ask you a question, Moments. If you're in Jamaica now, will you be comfortable just sending a kids to a recreational park?
Me personally, I can't answer that question.
You can't.
No, I cannot answer.
That is why I tend to lean with Alexia on that point. Because I could guarantee you, all this safe space recreational park thing, The average mother is not sending her kids in a park if she can't make it.
It depends on community to community. That's why I say I can't answer that. I don't.
I understand what you're saying, but I still think the average person in Jamaica is not sending their kid to the park just like that. And we already have park in schools and all the places. Fix the market, improve the commerce, put proper facility there. The recreational park will come. Get the market good. Give poor people some place to work, to make some money, to hustle, whatever. Make it better. The park would come.
All right.
I think the market take precedent. Sorry.
Go ahead, James. Go ahead. Thank you, Mr. President. Go ahead,
I
James.
think Jamaica, based on what I've seen, Jamaica has the worst markets in the entire Caribbean region.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we all know downtown, no market, no the other street people myself on.
But hold on, James. Them have market man because the water bill not pay. Them have a hell of a water bill what not pay. So them have a market.
But they need proper infrastructure. All the markets that I've seen across the Caribbean so far, where them have like real like concrete structure, where they make the stall out of concrete where you can come and put your food on, and then they have the lock and key that you can lock up your stuff. And the most of the Caribbean islands that I've been to have that. Jamaica don't have that. So, and the thing about it is Jamaica have one of the lowest debt in the Caribbean. So they have space. I know they came out situation with IMF, but spend some money and fix up certain things for the future of the country. They have the money to do it. I think, because Barbados is one of the most indebted island, right? But they're fixing up their infrastructure and, even developed country kind of mortgage out their country and make sure so that the future generation have to pay for it. And in some case, it is worth it for like certain infrastructure, like for good roads, good hospitals. All of us are going to have to pay tax until God comes. So I don't have a problem with that as long as it's a responsible and not debt that's going in your pocket. So spend the extra money and build up the market and build up the recreational center at the same time. Them can afford it.
Yeah. All right. Thank you, James. Thank you. Go ahead, Niece.
So I just read, I think, what is the article? So this has to do with Mandeville, and the mayor is contending that the park in question is associated with the person who founded Mandeville. But he's also saying that Carlton, another park is there, another green space park is there. So, since as that is already there, then move on to the park, to the market. But I'm just remembering, as part of Nigel Clark departure or to the IMF, you remember just before he left, the IMF people came down. And one thing that he did was to secure green space throughout the island, starting with Kingston. And they went downtown and identified some areas that were concrete jungle right now and identified them for parks to be put in. And I'm thinking to myself, it's probably how they sold it to them. And I think this is something that should have been a conversation behind closed doors with all of them. And you sell them the concept of it and listen to them. You value their input as well as you try and convince them, okay, fine, here's what we're doing. Here's why we're doing it. This is why we're doing it this way. Yeah. So maybe he's just not disclosing everything. I didn't, was kind of unfortunate. Not like him, was very out of character. But yeah, I think it may have to do with funding from the IMF on green space. But yeah.
Interesting perspective. Thank you, Niece. Thank you for that.
Well, that put another spin on it. Why, with all the problems Jamaica have with crime, with unemployment in the ghetto areas, with housing that we've been speaking about for the last 2 years, with proper infrastructure, why the IMF find it prudent of all the things to develop in Jamaica, green space? So you're supposed to take a loan from the IMF to go and develop green space. How are you paying back for it?
No, it wasn't a loan. It was some kind. I don't know what kind of. I don't know what it was, but it wasn't a loan, definitely. Because that was my concern too.
If it's a grant, it's not coming from the government, so then it shouldn't be an issue.
Right. So, but it's how they sold it to them. You're gonna. It's just like how Marvin's not go out to people and pay $40,000. Yeah, there's a way to do it. Finesse it and sell it to them. But I think it has to do with tourism. Because they're doing all kind of thing with tourism right now, trying to get tourism to the different ends of the island. Mm-hmm. And so imagine a tour bus, or what's the name of the bus? Knutsford Express. Knutsford Express, yeah. They can probably put Knutsford Express in there, which is probably closer to town centers or whatever it is. It's a spot for tourism persons to go and probably stop and then enjoy the town or enjoy the facilities or the parish or whatever it is. So I don't have all the information. I'm thinking that is what it is because it doesn't make sense. If a park is already there, if a green space is already there, why not enhance that one and fix the market? Because then if budgeting is an issue, then why not go that route? So yeah, we don't have all the, I don't think it was packaged properly. I don't think it was sold to them properly. I think there's information that we're missing.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you, Denise. At the end of the day, I agree with different points here. Economy is important, super important, right? You want to know people can continue to make a living, because that is paramount. The bills don't stop. People have to look after their families. Whilst I can also appreciate the need for the green space. We need outlets for our youth. I say at the end of the day, balance the two. If it is worth renovating, renovate, save money how we can. Make it this situation, the improvement as cost effective as possible. But I think both can be done simultaneously, depending again on where they are located. That's also something to bear in mind. Location. Yeah, and I'll leave that there. But great points from everyone, from everybody. All right, on to the next one. We head on down to Trinidad and Tobago. TNT, Nigeria, signed bilateral air services agreement. This article, courtesy of loopnews.com. If you're planning to visit Nigeria, but mindful of all the traveling that you'd have to do to get there, you may be in luck, as the journey may be a bit easier now and quicker too. Here's how. Minister of Works and Transport Rohan Sinanan signed a historical bilateral air services agreement with the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development of the Republic of Nigeria, Festus Keyamo, on Monday. The signing ceremony took place at the Piarco Airport's VIP lounge. In an update, the Ministry of Works and Transport noted that the agreement has been 22 years in the making, establishes a formal civil aviation relationship between the twin island nation and Nigeria, creating the possibility of direct air connections to and from the African continent for the very first time. It said that the agreement is also poised to enhance connectivity, stimulate tourism, facilitate trade, and strengthen diplomatic ties. This transformative agreement goes far beyond aviation, as it opens the doors to greater opportunities for cultural and educational exchanges between the two nations, the ministry said. Big things are going over there. Earlier, we spoke about Saudi Arabia and Grenada, the ink, dry it. And now here we have Tobago and Nigeria, no longer having to go to Europe, then to Africa, direct flight, cutting down on your travel time and hopefully cutting down on the cost of travel. Folks,
I encourage you to listen to the speech that the CARICOM head, Mayor Motley, gave at the African Union recently. She spoke a lot about those kind of things. And I can see a lot more of these things starting to happen. With direct flight, I think I think between Ghana and Barbados, and
Ghana and Barbados.
there are a couple of them. There are a couple of them in the pipeline, I believe. But you will see more and more of it. We'll start to fly across the Atlantic more soon.
And Mr. President, to tie the economy and economics into all of this, and we talk about trade, this is why I am not perturbed or concerned about the tariffs being put on the Caribbean islands, for goods coming to the US. Yes, I know, I get it. We have a huge Caribbean population across the United States. The US is one country, and for some reason we have become so reliant on the US. Like, if we're not doing business with the US, oh my gosh, it's the end of the world. There are a myriad of opportunities, a plethora of opportunities out there. So many other countries, 100 and how many other countries out there. And with the opening of these lanes, we are opening up the opportunities to expand trade, not just to the US. Go right ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so moment. So I've been looking at those deals and I'm celebrating, but I have one eye open. I don't trust it.
Boy.
I don't trust it.
Why, James? Why you don't trust it?
Okay. We are divided. Mia Motley and Dickon Mitchell is the only two people that are talking about unity. Because what this is my opinion. I've been talking about she's like the first voice that I've heard talking about connecting Africa, right? Barbados, being the gateway to Africa, and the whole symbolism of it, that Africa, Barbados was the first island that ships came to from Africa, from Ghana. She's been talking about that for a while now, right? I feel like the Trinidad deal was like a undermining what they should have been doing together, because the reality is there's no one Caribbean island that can have a successful flight from anywhere in Africa, much less Nigeria. Nigeria population is 230 million people. Trinidad is 1.8 million people. It is impossible to fill a flight from Trinidad once a week to go to Nigeria right now, as it is, much less twice per week, right? So if we don't come together as a Caribbean community where, so create a hub where, like, you fly from Jamaica on Caribbean airline, you go to Barbados or you go to Trinidad, you fly from Barbados, you go to, and you meet there and you take the flight and you go to Nigeria. Otherwise, it cannot happen. The Caribbean, we have been having flights in the Caribbean probably about 70 years. And the Caribbean, the air traffic in the Caribbean is like subpar. We cannot service each other. Like I know someone that just leaves St. Vincent to go to Jamaica, and it took him 2 days, right? So if we cannot service a region with inter-Caribbean and Caribbean airline, we don't have enough seats to service the Caribbean. Trinidad and Barbados is the hub to the Eastern Caribbean. And I just believe that this is undermining what Mia Motley was trying to do. And I believe that there can only be one hub in the Caribbean. And if you create a hub in Jamaica, you create a hub in Barbados, you create a hub in Trinidad, before long, everything is going to fall apart, and then there's going to be no flight. Like we started a flight from Toronto to St. Vincent. A lot of Caribbean people living in Canada. And the flight can only it goes twice in the winter tourist season, and then 6 months is just one flight per week because there's not enough traffic. And that is in North America. So just imagine Africa. And as I said, I believe that Nigerians can fill plane with the 230 million people. They can fill flights twice or 3 times a week coming into Trinidad, but it is impossible for Trinidad to fill even one plane every single week going to Nigeria, and no airline service is going to fill a plane and fly back empty. It's not going to happen. So I believe this is undermining what Mia Motley was trying to do, and they should create one hub first, and then once the market grows, then you can look into creating another hub. But this, I don't like it.
So I see what you're saying about the hub. Go ahead, Mr. President. Go ahead.
I agree with the stuff that part of what James is saying, but I have a different spin on it.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, like I've been advocating for the last 10 years, travel in the Caribbean have to be a public good, not a for-profit business. When we get it in our head, we will start to see some progress. But there are territories in the Caribbean that don't have the volume of people that cannot afford to have an efficient system working. So we have to have an efficient Caribbean plane network system coupled with maritime transport that is subsidized by the Caribbean government to allow Caribbean people to move freely. And the industry and commerce from the free movement and goods and services and the people going around would create the economic benefits for us. But if we look at it the other way around, it will never happen because it is not profitable to do it like that. We have to make it in such a way that at minimum, we could just break even. We can't be looking for no big profit. Do like Ethiopian Airline, where the Ethiopian government created it. And if it make any profit, it go back into the expansion of the airline and the running of the airline. But to begin with, we have to subsidize it. Secondly, I think what James is saying, where you have one hub for the Caribbean, we don't necessarily need that. What we can do is, you can have a Nigerian hub in Trinidad, okay? We could have a Qatar hub in Barbados, and we could have a hub in Jamaica and Antigua. So you have to, it could be 2 or 3, but you have to take it strategically. The Northern Caribbean need one, the Southern Caribbean need one. Barbados is central, you use them too. And they're closest to the Atlantic, to that side of Africa, right? But what you have to do is that if you're flying to a certain destination, you will get there with an efficient transport system that we will create in a region. It will take you there. It would not be a straight flight, but you will have a connecting flight from the hub. Also, what you find happening is when people come in to the different hubs, our transportation system within the region should be so effective that it can take them to any island they want to go to in a pretty quick time, because it's being subsidized and it's running on schedule and there is predictability and people could plan their businesses and so around it. If we do that, have different countries flying into different islands, depending on logistics, depending on whatever is beneficial. So we can have people flying into different countries. But because we have such a good regional system, and there is no country that is too far. Barbados to Grenada, what, 45 minutes, Grenada to St. Vincent, 15, St. Lucia, what, 20, 35 minutes? So there is no long flight. If you have to go to Barbados, to Jamaica, then it from the east is different. But guess what? Jamaica to Antigua is just there. So we could create a system that when we have these flights coming into Africa, they go to different hubs from different countries. But once they get here, it's like they're in one country in the Caribbean. And we would exploit, we will circumvent the volume issue we have. You understand? And we will be able to get people coming and going. A lot of our people could go, but some that come would also be returning. So it will subsidize the return flights. You know, it would create that movement. Unless we start to look at things holistically like that, and as James said, in the federation mindset, we're wasting time. We're spinning top in mud. We're going to applaud for 3 months, and then a natural death. I yield.
So I agree with things both of you said. James, point. Just one thing I wanted to focus on, or to mention rather. Yes, I agree. No airline is going to fly empty, right, on its return. The initial flight, you're going to have that happening where bring over folks, right? So let us say it's a once a week flight. They're bringing over folks, a full flight from Nigeria. They're gonna be here for a year. Hear me, a year. Let's say they're gonna be here for a week or 5 days. Um, it is now up to the region to operate as one to send. You're not going to have a full flight going to Africa for the first stage. We get it. The return flight is not going to be full. But at least you have some, and then you have goods going as well. That come into play. It cannot be just passengers. You're going to have to bring commerce into it. And eventually it will pick up. That's my feeling. It will pick up after a while. But, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I just think it's undermined because, okay, so Mia Motley, a year, they had a chartered flight that the route that they want to take, right? And they built a chartered flight with a lot of influencers and a lot of people to flight. And that flight was from Nigeria to Ghana to Barbados, right? And to me, like, as I said, like, allow Barbados to start their journey and to watch it grow slowly before you throw something else in it. But you cannot have three different countries doing their own individual thing coming from the continent. It's not going to work. Like, allow Mia Motley started it. She made the effort, like, she wanted to do it before the pandemic. The pandemic came in and messed up. But they went ahead, they did the flight. A bunch of people came from the two different African countries and they filled the plane and they came to Barbados. Allow the dry on that deal and watch it and watch it grow before you throw in another one. It's like having two big bus driving and them half empty. That is the point. And I believe that because there's some things going on with Trinidad. I know Jamaica get blamed a lot for the federation thing, but I've seen, even when I was in Barbados, there is something going on between Barbados and Trinidad. And I believe that this is undermining what was happening in Barbados. And I want it to succeed, but it just, I don't know. It's hard to fill a plane. Like, so let's see what happens.
All right, one more comment and then we keep moving. Go ahead, Niece.
I want to give you a joke. You see, like how we have sprat in Jamaica? Well, Barbados has a little fish down there, similar to that. I don't remember the name of it right now. That is part of their culture or nature, and that is what is spawning. Because apparently, Trinidad came into their fishing waters. Is that what you call it? It came into their waters, and they took a whole lot of fish. And from that time, the two of them going at it about the fish. I don't know if what they did prevented the fish from spawning again, but that is the trigger for whatever beef both of them have. That has been going on for years. I found it so funny. I thought it was part of the entertainment.
That's a big piece of sit back and look at that. That's foolishness. Come on, we can do better than that, folks. We can do better than that. And Mr. President says so true. All right, thank you for that, niece. Thank you. All right, let's keep it moving because we do have quite a few more stories, and I do have to end at 1:30 today. All right, next up. Well, let me say, we're going to still ring the bell for Trinidad and Tobago and Nigeria. Let us hope that everything, as Mr. President put in the chat, will be done as a collective, right? Everybody on board, working together, one Caribbean, one win, everybody win. All right, next up, time for us to go into our next segment within the Caribbean Corner. It is our, where are we? Yeah, Down at the Islands features travel and lifestyle. Khadija Davis turns Juicy Patty's franchise into $1 million success in 90 days. Article courtesy of CaribbeanNationalWeekly.com. In just 90 days, Jamaican Khadija Davis went from franchise rookie to millionaire. becoming one of the first U.S. franchisees of Juicy Patties and raking in $1 million in revenue from her in all. But the powerhouse entrepreneur isn't stopping there. Speaking to Canvas Rebel, Davis described her journey. I'm Khadija Davis, a proud four-time franchisee owner, each marking a significant step in my journey from healthcare to multi-entrepreneurship. Multi-entrepreneurship. Don't make up words, girl. Please don't make up words. My background as a nurse instilled in me a deep commitment to helping others, and that same commitment drives my approach to business today. Before stepping into the world of business, Davis worked as a registered nurse for nearly 20 years. She holds both a bachelor's and a master's degree in nursing from the University of Phoenix and is currently completing her PhD in nutrition at Nova University. Her background is healthcare, she says, and it shaped her approach to entrepreneurship. Davis, alongside business partner Jamel Douglas, opened her first Juicy Patties location in April 2024 at 5419 North University Drive, Lauderhill, Florida. Now, she's preparing to launch her second location in Palm Beach. Together, the duo made history as among the first franchisees to follow Rhea Wright, who opened Juicy Patties' inaugural store in Hollywood, US, down here in Florida, just a month before. Juicy Patties aims to establish 3,000 locations nationwide. Davis and Douglas plan to launch several more stores of their own, helping to introduce more Americans to the flavors of Jamaica. Juicy Patties provides franchisees with extensive support, including guidance on site selection, restaurant design, staff training, and ongoing operations, with a dedicated app to streamline the process. Now, for those of you who are wanting to know how you can become a franchisee, here's what you need. According to Juicy director Daniel Chin, franchisees must show a great attitude. That's number one, folks. A great attitude. And have at least US $125,000 in liquid capital. That's it, folks. $125,000 in liquid capital and a great attitude. What's stopping you? What is stopping you? If it is your desire to become a franchisee owner, especially considering that they're saying they want to establish 3,000 locations nationwide, and you have a great attitude, let us say you don't have the cash on hand, but you have an asset that you're able to pull equity out of and embark on this, go right ahead. It will be worth it, right? Let us say you're able to pull out $250,000 out of your home because you've paid so much and the value has gone up, appreciate it. If you're able to, take out the money and go for it. Don't make anything, just have a great attitude, right? I want the people that come in your place to talk about what you want. Make sure your customer service is up. Make sure the facilities are kept clean. You want to see to it that you have product, right? Product is ready. Place open if it open. Yada, 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 yada. And I could go on and on. But very happy for you. She is now a franchisee coach and a success strategist. And she has made it her mission to help other women build wealth through franchising. Ja, here's an opportunity. Thank you, Zula. Here's an opportunity for you over there in Texas, because I hear that Jamaican food is not the best over there. Is that true?
It's a lie.
But here's an opportunity for you, Ja, that you can open a Juicy franchise over there. Probably two, probably three. You might be able to do Houston, Dallas. Which other big cities there?
San Antonio.
San Antonio. There you go. That's three of them, Ja. What you say?
I'll think about it.
You know, sound too enthusiastic. May I make you come out of the people them office? May I try help you come out of the people them office? Can you sit down and say, I'm going to the place that pays me? That means you're not too happy to go where you go. But why you take on something that is yours? You like people. You like seeing people happy. You know, come on. And you can spread your zen-ness throughout these restaurants. Everybody coming calm. Your workers will be calm. You'll have a different breed of Jamaicans working for you who will be calm because you're going to see to it.
Okay, send me the article.
Hey, we did have to go hard for that one day. Next, Nice and Rosola up there in Atlanta. Come on, here are other opportunities. Jump on board. You know the people that bank booking. Let me know the people. And you have the package. 25,000 is not bad. It really isn't bad when you think about other franchises and what they do charge, right? And this is Jamaican owned. Okay. Geely up there. Yeah, I'm up there. CIT New York can have them own juicy beef thing. Juicy patty, not juicy beef. Them own juicy patty thing. Mr. President said customer service and good Jamaican food do not go hand in hand. The attitude comes. Attitude comes with it. And I believe we can change that. I believe that you can get great Jamaican food with good attitude. I believe it is possible. We have to demand it. We have to expect it. Go ahead.
The food is suspect. The food will be suspect.
It's the same thing over there in the UK. Attitude, bad attitude.
Bad attitude, good food. Yes. Cause us. We know the food is good.
Who coined this narrative? Coined it. When did we?
This is not a narrative. Don't you go to some of these Jamaican establishments? The ones that have the line.
And I have walked out.
What you want?
I'm not paying for bad attitude. I walk right out. I walk out.
It's like a therapy session. You go all charged up, you expect the bad attitude, and then when you get the food, it's like, it was worth
it. Exactly.
No, I'm sorry. I'm a different Jamaican. I'm a Jamaican of a different breed. I'm sorry. I have.
We don't have that.
Them look, you're walking and them face sour. Them face sour like where you're coming here for. So,
then the food is good.
Don't be staying too long to order. Next.
Exactly.
Bypass you. You have to go to the back of the line.
Lady, hold up the line. Damn.
So here's the thing for me. I think when food is good, the person that's actually cooking it has a good heart. So the people up front, for the most part, aren't cooking the food. So maybe we should separate that.
Good point.
We know that, but the attitude still comes with the food.
No, I can't hold the attitude. Just give me the food.
Don't forget it. Don't forget the three-legged chair in the corner. Leaning against the wall.
I have walked out of Jamaican restaurants here in South Florida. I'm not taking the bad attitude. I'm sorry.
No, but on a serious note, the best Jamaican food, they always seem to have an attitude moment.
Comes with attitude.
If I walk into a Jamaican place right now and they're too nice, I start to get suspect. I was like, something wrong here.
Well, are you true Jamaican or you just play acting?
It's the one Jamaican place me frequent really because of that though. When me know say, yeah, we're good. One. Me sorry. Me can't take a bad attitude thing because my mouth ain't the best. But I think we can do better. Me I think as a people we can do better. And what I would like us to stop doing in our restaurants is I don't know what I'm not doing now. If you don't recognize that we're Jamaican, on the attitude got bad, it got sour. But if we're not Jamaican, you get a better treatment. I don't need to stop it. My money, for their money, not better than my money. Their money is better than my money.
Maybe if you smile more. Hello, good afternoon.
I have had to walk into places, getting a greeting, and I'm the one greeting them like it's me work there, or me a beg on to tell them. Hi, you walking, I'm like with my nice self, and then when you're going there, and you're going like you're nice, and them look for you from head to toe, like, what are she come from? What are she doing? What she think she there? Yeah, them give it a look when you're going there, like, hi, good morning, or hi, good afternoon. They look for you like,
what you want?
Okay. I wish you the band. No, man, I'm serious. I would have survived in Brooklyn, G, let's say. But after 15, real quick. All right. So congratulations, Khadija. Happy for you. $1 million in 90 days. Juicy Patty. People can make $1 million the honest way in 3 months. We haven't heard about the net, but at least you are grossing that coming in. After expenses, not sure, but I'm sure it's up there just the same. And it is lucrative for her, and she's willing to share with others, especially if you're a woman. She really wants to, share with you. All right, next up, dung in our coffee pot. Let's laugh for a little bit, just a little bit, and tell me if this is true. I came across this gentleman on TikTok, came across Scott FKN Louis is his handle. Let's take a listen.
Wow. This one's for Jamaicans, especially Jamaican women. Claudette is mix up. Claudette is mix up. Claudette have gossip. Claudette have all of the tea. And Claudette always have a man. Always have a man. Claudette is very mix up though. Don't tell Claudette none of your business. And if you tell her your business, lie. Because you're going to hear it back. Maxine or Marcia. Maxine and Marcia are always the anchor of the family. They could be anywhere between the youngest, middle child, oldest, but Maxine and Marcia, they're always the anchor of the family. Either always have money or them broke like dog. They always figure it out. They're always the support system of the family. Now, if you know a Nikki is probably young, or she has a young disposition, but Nikki is a thief. Nikki is a thief, and our nickname is always Girly. Any Jamaican woman where you know with the nickname Girly, she's a thief. She's a scammer, she's a booster, she's a thief. Now, if our nickname is Pet or Petal, she's sweet like sugar. She's sweet like sugar, she's pretty, but she breed young. But later in her life, she go into the church. A choir director, something like that. She will collect the offering, she will count the offering, something. You can't trust her. If her name is Sharon, she will lie in your face and tell you she not no money. But check under her mattress, check in her panty drawer, check anywhere. Every Sharon always have money. Them always have money. Sharon and money just got together like this. If she named Sharon, she have money. Always have money. Money always around. If she named Marilyn is very stush. Marilyn is very stush. She's very uptown. Speak very properly. Marilyn will like work a bank or she work a hotel, front desk a hotel, them kind of something there. Marilyn is very stush. She work a doctor's office. Kind of something. You're not catch Marilyn and I'm KFC. She carry lunch every day. She don't eat box lunch. And if she get box lunch, it's fish and vegetable. Marilyn is very still. She's very uptown. She not eat cow foot and them something there. She might eat like a curry chicken or goat, but Marilyn is very stush. She's very uppity. If you see a Marilyn at Jamaica, just know say somebody a file for you. Marilyn's soon gone. She's soon gone foreign. Marilyn is not staying in Jamaica. Yo, when I tell you, I just love to sit and write stories about people. This could all very well be a lie, but thanks for entertaining me. Thanks for you.
Any truth to what he has said about any of the Jamaican, those names? Any truth to it? Or do you have a story of, here's the other part. Hold on a second.
Anywhere between the church woman. Let me tell you about Winsome. Winsome is an all-purpose woman. Winsome is anywhere between the church woman, a obia woman, market woman, partner woman. She's the old partner woman, okay? Not to be confused with the other partner woman name. So she love the Lord, but Winsome can also mix up. Winsome is the mix-up woman at church. Our partner draw them big. She don't play him. No mistakes, okay? Our partner is always good. If she name Nama or Lana, she have a shop. She have a shop or she have a bar. She sell liquor, all of the bad man them, all of the gun man them, all of the worthless man them, all of the big bread man them all the Alana shop or Nama shop. Nama love bingo, Nama love card game, Nama love domino, Nama gamble. Them run partner, but for them partner always mash up. For them partner can never do straight. Let anybody in the partner and the partner always mash up. Suzette or Susie, she can cook good. Her food Our food sell off. Our food good. That's her thing. She can cook. She can cook good. She cook for party, baby shower, everything. But Jesus, if she names Suzette or Susie, she can chat. Jesus, she can chat the phone ever they are ears. If she live a foreign, everybody back home know your business. Okay, she can chat. Jesus, she love to talk. She's a real life Susie Q. Charmian, she's very pretty. Every Charmian me know is very pretty. She named Charmian, she's very pretty. And she can do hair. She do hair upon the stoop, she do hair upon the veranda, she do hair in the house. She no work on a shop. Charmian is very boopsy. She always have a man. Every man is worthless. Every man is a what. Charmian and worthless man are mixed up, got together like this. Pauline or Paulette, always a run partner. That's the partner woman. 9 times out of 10, fear partner mash up. Fear partner mash up and she catch up with somebody. They draw them shot, 1 or 2 hand. Fear partner always mash up. If she name Nadine, she's a wife. She's a wifey, okay? Everybody love her. She's sweet like sugar. And, she might kind of dance. She's not book smart, but she's street smart. Know how to live a good life. Her nickname is Munchie. Run. Munchie is a skettle. Munchie is a skettle. Munchie love road. Munchie don't have no yard. Munchie love road. Her name is Judy or Judith. She have a hairdressing shop. She's a hairdresser. Now, you know what I'm saying about hairdresser? Judy is the mix-up. Judy is the queen of mix-up. Judy is the center of mix-up. Judy know who for man there with who dash your belly from who then a politics from who no then a politics, who for husband asleep with this one, which pastor take the money and go buy a new Benz. Judy know everything. Judy is the town cry. Judy love beg. Like Judy hand always out. Judy love to beg. She walk and beg. Beg. Judy do here and Judy never yet her money. Lend me $100 from my partner now. But I lend Judy no money because Judy not pay you back. There's Abby, Angie, or Andrea. She's very bright. Book smart. Our mother keep her head down in the book. She's very bright. She got university. She's a doctor, a lawyer, something. She's bright. At the least, she's a receptionist. If she named Blossom, she's a laborite or she's a church woman. Or she's the two of them. She's a laborite or she's a church woman. I watch Blossom, she tea. Let me tell you about Winsome. Winsome is an all-purpose.
Thank God I did not hear my name. Not hear my name. Thank you, Mr. President. Nadine in the chat. Hold on. Wait there. Nadine said, talk to me. So, any truth to any of what you heard? They look like the whole of the woman them love mix up and partner. Or I should say the majority of them love mix up. Any truth? Is he wrong or is he right? Thank you. I'm going dizzy. All right, guys. His name is Scott Louis. His handle SCOTLOUIE on TikTok. Excuse me. I'm so sorry. Came across it yesterday and I was in tears listening to him. I don't know if it's just Jamaican, but I think Caribbean women, and I think we've had this conversation here before. There are certain names you hear, you know, have to ask, you know, so the Caribbean them come from. Everton. Donald. I'm surprised that Donald, our president, has that name. But Donald. Errol. What other names you have? Don't come with the name them now. Ja, what names you have from the Caribbean for us?
Dexter.
You must come up with that one day. Which other one we have? Yes, he needs to do Leroy. I want to know why all Leroy's Lloyd. Yes, Russell and Lloyd. Come, give me another common Jamaican or Caribbean man name or common. Let me go on Google. Desmond. Nigel. Yes, Caribbean boys. Anthony. Them not say Anthony. Anthony. That's another one. Which what kind of name them? Which Jamaica didn't get this out there? No, sir. Which Caribbean didn't get this out there? No, sir. Move up with them and name there. Them and name all right. All right. Which other names? I can't think of any other names that are common for men. All right. Last names: Campbell, Brown, Livingston. Hold on a second, folks. Which other okay, sorry about that. Which other last name is common in the Caribbean? And you know, as you hear the last name, you know, and Julie said any name ending with Barrington. What other last name is very common throughout the Caribbean? As you hear it, you know they have to come from the Caribbean. Besides and Brown, White,
Lloyd.
Charles. Which other one? Which other one we have? Allen. Yes, Allen is another popular one.
Desmond.
Desmond. Brother Desmond. All right, which other one we have? One more. Give me one more.
Sylvester.
No, sir. Sylvester not common in the Caribbean, is it? Is it common in the Caribbean? Thank you, Mr. Nemard. Griffiths. I did not say Griffith, you know. Griffiths. Thank you. Thomas, yes. Thomas and Thompson. Those are very common names. Which other one again? We have. Lord, why are the names missing, Mister? Think of a roster.
Roberts.
Yes. Roberts. Is Robertson a common one across the Caribbean? Joseph, yes. Joseph is another. We said Brown. Did we say Brown? I think we said Brown, but yeah, Brown is. I think Brown must be the most common last name, if I'm not mistaken. I think they're the most common. Williams is another common one. Which other one we have? I tried it. Okay, we'll stop this off for now. And of course, you heard all the names that he mentioned: Sandra, Susie, Jackie, Marlene, Lana, Marcia. I think Marcia is probably the most common Caribbean name.
Charmaine.
Sharon. Some people don't say Sharon or Sharon. They say Sharon.
You have Jackie. You have Patricia. Angie, of course.
Yep. Yeah, we have them. All right, so let's keep it moving. 12 minutes after the top of the hour. Thank you to everyone listening on QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play, JanoRadio.com, your nonstop party vibe station, and MadMusicHouse.com for any genre, anytime. Thank you to everyone watching on YouTube, and for everyone here with me on TikTok. I appreciate you. And just a reminder that Coffee and Chill is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Head on over to lormelskinfood.com for a natural, beautiful you. And also brought to you in part by Grant Coffee House. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Shop today at www.grandcoffeehouse.com. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. All right. Do we have las noticias? So let's move on. Listen, where my stories? My stories are. Oh, I don't know where my stories are. All right, let's head on over to North America. I ain't going to fight the system today. I am not fighting it today. Out of North America, Trump weighs slashing State Department budget by nearly half. So Trump, just go ahead and slash everything. Just slash everything. I don't know. I thought we were done. But according to Politico.com, Trump weighs slashing the State Department budget. Yes, he has, and he is weighing asking Congress to cut the budgets of the State Department and USAID by nearly half as it continues its effort to dramatically curtail government spending. And this is according to a document obtained by Politico. The proposal for fiscal 2026 would allocate $28.4 billion to state and USAID, down from $54.4 billion in the enacted fiscal 2025 budget. That includes cuts that are demanded by the White House Office of Management and Budget. It also accounts for the dismantling of USAID. Its remaining programs are in the process of being subsumed by the State Department. The proposal would eliminate or substantially cut numerous programs, including ones that promote democracy, support educational and cultural exchanges, aid multinational institutions, fight illicit substance trafficking, and tackle health challenges abroad. For example, the National Endowment for Democracy, the East West Center, and the Asia Foundation would get $0. A program known as International Narcotics Control and Law Enforcement, which had more than $1 billion in funding, would also be zeroed out. The administration is considering shuttering up to 36 U.S. diplomatic outposts around the world. Yeah, this includes U.S. embassies in Southern Africa and the Sahel, consulates in Europe, and several embassies in Oceania. Wow. No comment. I have nothing to say. Anybody have anything to say on that? Keep it moving. Next, feds charge LA County Sheriff's deputy accused of smuggling that substance, illicit substance, starting with HE, ending in IN, into jail. According to Yahoo.com, federal prosecutors charged the Los Angeles County Sheriff's deputy with smuggling the illicit substance into a jail where he was assigned to investigate gang crimes. Michael Meeser, 39, has pleaded not guilty in federal court to charges he trafficked illicit substances while armed with his Smith & Wesson service weapon. An attorney representing the attorney who was released on bail did not return a request for comment. Well, Meeser was already facing charges in Los Angeles County Superior Court that he conspired with gang members to distribute the substance within the North County Correctional Facility. And that's in Castaic. Oh my gosh. Detectives from the Sheriff's Department Internal Criminal Investigations Bureau arrested Meeser as he and his partner left the jail's parking lot on April 30, 2024. Earlier that day, the detectives searched a bag that Meeser allegedly left inside a police cruiser and found more than a pound of the illicit substance hidden between or inside 2 tubes of Pringles chips. That's according to law enforcement records reviewed by the Times. Well, you play silly games, you win silly prizes. What can I tell you? All right, next up, we have a soundbite for this next article. Trump administration freezes more than $2.2 billion after Harvard rejects its demands.
The Trump administration has frozen more than $2.2 billion in grants and contracts for Harvard University tonight. This move came after Harvard earlier today rejected the administration's demands that it end diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, among other policy changes, in order to get federal money. NPR's Janaki Mehta following all of this and joins us now. Hi, Janaki.
Hey, Elsa.
Hey, okay, can you start by telling us what the Trump administration wanted Harvard to change about its policies in order to get these federal funds?
Yeah, so on Friday, the administration sent Harvard a list of demands that included asking the university to eliminate DEI programs, as you mentioned, making sure its hiring practices incorporate, quote, viewpoint diversity, and to start screening international students for what the administration considers supporting terrorism or anti-Semitism. Harvard said it would not comply, and now the Trump administration has announced it will freeze over $2.2 billion in multi-year grants and contracts.
And what is Harvard now saying in response to these demands?
So we just heard back from Harvard in response to the latest funding freeze. They referred me back to something Harvard's President Alan Garber said earlier today to students and staff in a letter. He said, for the government to retreat from these partnerships now risks not only the health and well-being of millions of individuals, but also the economic security and vitality of our nation. In that same letter, Garber also said the Trump administration was violating the university's rights to free speech, that it was overstepping the government's authority to enforce civil rights. And then just hours after that, the Trump administration said, quote, Harvard's statement reinforces a troubling entitlement mindset that is endemic in our nation's most prestigious universities and colleges. That federal investment does not.
We may have lost Janaki. Janaki, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Yeah.
There you are. Harvard statement. That federal investment does not come.
Yeah, that federal investment does not come with the responsibility to uphold civil rights laws, the administration said.
I mean, Janaki, we have seen threats to DEI programs across the country, to all kinds of educational institutions, right? It's not just Harvard that's being targeted, yeah?
Yeah, Harvard is certainly not the only university the administration has been after. This is part of a larger push for them to use taxpayer dollars to pressure schools to eliminate programs and other programs that don't align with its agenda. In fact, Vice President J.D. Vance has called universities the enemy. And last month, the administration sent over 60 universities letters warning them that there would be potential enforcement if they didn't fulfill their obligations to protect Jewish students. For higher ed institutions, a lot of this pressure kind of came after a wave of pro-Palestinian protests broke out across campuses last year. And the administration has already frozen billions of dollars for other major universities, including Cornell and Columbia. And now also we can add Harvard to that list, more than $2.2 billion frozen, over $6 billion more on the line if they don't comply.
So just tell us, what is this money usually used for at Harvard and at other colleges?
Yeah, a lot of it is used for research. In his letter earlier today, Harvard's president mentioned how for more than 3/4 of a century, federal dollars have helped pay for innovations in medicine, engineering, and other sciences.
Oh, and we may have lost Janaki again. That was NPR education reporter Janaki Meth. Thank you so much, Janaki.
So I do have a legitimate question, because I really and truly don't know. Are students at universities who are of the Jewish faith across the country, are they facing anti-Semitism issues? Is there conflict with them across? What is it that they're facing across the country on campuses? Are they facing anti-Semitic discrimination? I really don't know.
So for me, I'm just going to say, and whoever's listening, this is just my take on things. On every campus, you have some type of rhetoric against other cultures. It may not be heightened to the state that people are actually fighting each other, but me going through school, or as I went through college, you had this group say something against the other, this group say something to the other, then we'll have our day come together and it's like friendly, and then you separate again. But I don't see it as heightened as what our political structure is making it seem. Now, people protesting something outrageous that is happening to people, that doesn't mean that you're dissing the people of that state. That You are protesting the issue. You are protesting the problem. You are protesting what is happening at the moment, not to be negative against certain people. And again, this political structure is making certain people the enemy when they're really not the enemy. I yield.
Okay.
Again, let me preface what I'm about to say. I'm in the United Kingdom where freedom of speech is a given. It's a right. Yes. So, first things first, Harvard will be okay. Harvard's got about 60 billion in endowments. So 2 billion is not really gonna hurt him. That's why the president of Harvard gave middle finger to the president of the United States, because they've got the money. Other schools, not so much. So you can tell about how quickly some of them folded, and but Harvard is not going to do that. But at the core of this matter is the freedom of expression. Universities have been the fertile ground for protest against making changes in most countries. The university grounds was the ground for the anti-apartheid movement, was for the what's it called, against the Vietnam War, against the Iraq War, against Afghanistan, the war in Afghanistan, and also the more recent one, which is what's it called, for the better part, the Palestinian question. Palestinian question has been a long-running question. The motivation for going after universities, it's one that is funded in part by his backers. And one key backer is the owner of the Mavericks. What's her name? Mrs. Adelson, who is on record as saying those children are confused. Those children are confused and they're not moving as they should. So going after not only the rights of Americans to say whatever it is they want to say, but actually attacking a bedrock of your constitution should be a no-no. But unfortunately, the president only understands money, and he has sided with money. Yeah, he has sided with money. So the issues of the question you asked, which are they under what's it called? Are they under
Anti-Semitic,
duress?
Discrimination.
Are they under? You could cloud. I mean, that has been the blanket that has been thrown over the criticism of the state in the Middle East, and so governments who are quick to act to that demand that their population be asked to toe the line have used that blanket to throw over any sort of. Here's the funny thing. Here's the irony. I can name you 10 people off my hand that are very, you can go on YouTube right now, that are very anti-Semitic. And they're part of the right. YouTube is not stopping their videos. Their videos continue to make the rounds. But for some reason, the fact that students who part of your population that you're training to be critical thinkers, you're actually asking them not to think. The university is the university for a reason, and it's called the university for a reason. The universality of knowledge. We come in there are doctors, lawyers, business majors, the classics, the fine arts, who will come into the village square and battle their ideas. It's called the battle of ideas for a reason. If you have a very cogent debate and you have a well-grounded argument, your argument will win. That's it. You don't compel someone follow the line in the university. That's not the place for it. In the military academy, yes, where there is a strict line of hierarchy. But in the university, you cannot. So saying you're going to withdraw their funding because they are not following, they're not trying to redress one of the ills of this very, when I say this, I'm projecting now, your very society, the bedrock on which that society is built on. You're asking them to pretend as if the problem does not exist. That's what you're saying. Oh, our children are going to feel one way. No, history is not pretty. The reason history exists is for people to learn so that you don't make the mistakes of the past. So if you don't face those mistakes, you're bound to repeat them. There's a reason why the H-man does not have a statue in Germany. There's a reason why Pol Pot does not have a statue in Cambodia. There's a reason why Emperor does not have a statue in Japan. There's a reason why Benito Mussolini does not have a statue in Italy. Hello? Because those societies have learned that these people do not represent the value of humanity. But instead, what do you want to do? You want to redress that. Oh, bring the statues of the Confederate generals. People who effectively go against the very thing you claim to be part of. They were the first traitors with regards to the United States as you currently know it. And you're going to laud them. Tell me that talk about being led by donkeys. I yield.
Oh, thank you for that, Adesoji. Thank you for explaining from the United Kingdom perspective how we're seen and how what's going on here is seen from an international stance. Yeah. So interestingly enough, Harvard has their own system in place, but I guess it's not enough because in the letter rejecting the government's demands, Harvard's lawyers outlined the steps the university has taken in the past 15 months to address anti-Semitism on its campus, including imposing meaningful discipline for those who violate university policies and hiring staff to support such programs. Harvard's lawyers wrote that the requested changes were in violation of the university's First Amendment rights and exceeded the legal limits of the government's authority to enforce civil rights laws. All right. Next up, months after the CEO's unaliving, a reported intruder is near the United Healthcare headquarters. We have a soundbite for this one, courtesy of WSVN. Let's go ahead and take a listen.
Okay, Robin, an intruder arrested outside United Healthcare's headquarters in Minnesota. Police there say that person's presence triggered a large response near Minneapolis this morning, but it remains unclear right now why officials deemed him suspicious and his proximity to the campus a threat. The heightened awareness comes just 4 months after company CEO Brian Thompson was shot to death as he was heading to an investor conference in the city of Manhattan, or in New York City and Manhattan. The suspect, Luigi Mangione, was praised by health insurance critics, viewing him as a champion for those frustrated over coverage denials, as well as hefty medical bills. Mangione has pleaded not guilty to state charges.
All right. Interesting. So, next, Trump discusses crime deportations with El Salvador's Bukele. Article courtesy of yahoo.com. El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele visited the White House on Monday, marking the first visit by a Latin American head of state during Trump's second term. The presidents were joined by cabinet members and members of the press in the Oval Office, largely discussing immigration enforcement and crime control. The pair also discussed the recent court regarding Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia. The Salvadoran president praised Trump, saying, "Actually, what you're doing with the border is remarkable." Bukele is known for reducing homicide rates in his country. In 2019, when he took office, the homicide rate was 36 per 100,000 people. In 2024, it dropped to 1.9, per statista. The fact is, Mr. President, you have 350 million people to liberate. But to liberate 350 million people, you have to imprison some, Bukele told Trump. You know that's the way it works. You cannot just free the criminals and think that crime is going to go down magically. You have to imprison them so you can liberate 350 million Americans that are asking for the end of crime and the end of terrorism. Bukele said his administration in El Salvador interviewed one of the men who had been deported from the US to get some information. The president described that conversation to Trump. He said, "You know, I got arrested 6 times, but they released me the 6 times. So I should be released again." And then when we said, "Well, what's the last thing you did?" And he said, "Well, I pew-pewed a cop in the leg, but I didn't unalive him. I just pew-pewed him in the leg." And we're like, this guy was arrested 6 times here in the United States? 6 times? There's something broken. He was released 5 times, and the last time he was sent to El Salvador. So he's not getting released. Bukele did not mention the deportee's name. Trump asked Bukele if the country allows men to participate in women's sports. Bukele responded by mentioning the women's rights movement in El Salvador. We enacted specific laws to avoid men abusing women. And I think those laws were great because there were a lot of men abusing women, Bukele said. But now some of the same people are trying to backtrack and actually trying to make new laws allowing men to in sports. So actually, that does not make sense. Trump then told Bukele about U.S. members of Congress advocating for men's participation in women's sports. And he said, "But your country isn't too big for that." "No, of course not," Bukele responded. "We're big in protecting women. As you can see, most of my cabinet is women." Trump then acknowledged the women in his own cabinet and pointed out Susie Wiles, most powerful woman in the cabinet. He said they're all afraid of her. Most powerful woman in the world, according to the magazines. I think she probably is, but what do I know? Trump said. Wiles is the first woman to serve as a White House chief of staff. When a reporter asked the president if he'd learned anything from the FBI investigation on the weekend attack at the Pennsylvania governor's mansion, Trump said he hadn't heard anything. However, he added, but the attacker was not a fan of Trump. I understand, just from what I read and what I've been told. The attacker basically wasn't a fan of anybody. It's probably just a whack job, and certainly a thing like that cannot be allowed to happen. A CNN reporter asked whether Trump was planning on allowing Kilmar Abrego Garcia back into the country. Trump has said he belonged to MS-13. Abrego Garcia illegally migrated to the US in 2011 as a 16-year-old, but his removal was withheld in 2019 after a judge reviewed his case and said that he could be at risk if returned to El Salvador. Abrego Garcia has 3 children living in the US. His case has more recently been examined in both Maryland's District Court and in the Supreme Court, with the district ruling to block Garcia's deportation. Trump allowed Security Advisor Stephen Miller to answer the reporter's question. As two immigration courts found that he, Garcia, was a member of MS-13. When President Trump declared MS-13 to be a foreign terrorist organization, that meant he was no longer eligible under federal law, which means that he was no longer eligible for any form of immigration relief in the United States, Miller said. So Miller continued, though, he said, so he had a deportation order that was valid, which meant that under our law, he's not even allowed to be present in the United States and had to be returned because of the foreign terrorist designation. This issue was then by a district court judge completely inverted, and the district court judge tried to tell the administration that they had to kidnap a citizen of El Salvador to fly him back here. That issue was raised by the Supreme Court, Miller explained. And the Supreme Court said the district court order was unlawful and its main components were unlawful, and its main components were reversed 9-0 unanimously, stating clearly that the Secretary of State nor the President could be compelled by anybody to forcibly retrieve a citizen of El Salvador from El Salvador. The reporter asked Bukele if he would return Abrego Garcia to the U.S., and he responded, how can I return him to the United States? Do I smuggle him into the United States? Of course, I'm not going to do that. It's like, the question is preposterous. How can I smuggle a terrorist into the United States? We're not very fond of releasing terrorists into our country. We just turned the unaliving capital of the world into the safest country in the Western Hemisphere. And you want us to go back into releasing criminals so we can go back to being the unaliving capital of the world? That's not going to happen. It's not going to happen, people. It's not going to happen. So that's it. And that's that. But we do have TikTok Talk, and in this segment we have a go ahead. I told you before, or you want me to play the video first and then you make the comment?
Yes, please.
Okay, because since they're connected, right? So we have Senator Chris Van Hollen and Representative Glenn Ivey said they will continue trying to secure his release. Let's take a listen.
I've also made clear if we can't meet here, I do intend to go to El Salvador to discuss the release of this individual who is illegally detained in El Salvador. And I believe the president of El Salvador will recognize why it's important to allow him to return to the United States of America. You know, the United States and El Salvador have had a strong relationship over many years. The United States provides lots of support to El Salvador. I don't think he wants to essentially be the president who's kidnapped the United States citizen. It was the fault of the Trump administration for sending him there illegally. But he shouldn't spend one extra day in a notorious prison in El Salvador when the president of El Salvador can let him go.
President Trump could direct him to bring him back. The attorney general can direct him to bring him back. Instead, it looks like they're trying to force a constitutional crisis and force the Supreme Court to order it directly. But we do extraditions all the time. The United States has people brought back to the United States. Usually they're criminals and there's some kind of indictment over their head. In the instance where this is an innocent man who's done nothing wrong and the government admitted that they made a mistake in sending him, this should have happened days ago.
All right, go ahead, Soji.
So the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 as siding with the district judge. I don't know what that idiot, that bald-head idiot in the White House was talking about. What was he talking about? The fact that 9 Supreme Court judges, 9-0, even the conservatives voted that he be brought back. Man, that guy is a clown. But here's the thing. They're playing in the face of law. Yeah. But then if you're clearly breaking the law, if you as the government do not respect the law, what do you expect the citizens to respect? There you go. Someone said they're going to break it. By that statement alone, you've broken it. And the point, you see those two morons talking, the El Salvadorian president and your clown in chief, them speaking. I was listening and I was laughing half of the way, but unfortunately, I had to check myself because they were talking about an innocent individual. And for them, that didn't even register. And then that tale, we had an interview and somebody said he did something unsavory to a police officer. And we had, it was like, watching both of them in that office it was funny. It's like two toddlers, basically arguing over who can pee the farthest. I mean, that was it. So sad. It's sad to watch. I didn't agree with Reagan. Yeah. Reagan has met some very unsavory characters in the White House, not least people like Mobutu Sese Seko, Jonas Savimbi, who have done lots of terrible things on the continent, right? Jimmy Carter, to a lesser degree, before him. After him, George W. Bush, George Bush Sr., then George W. Bush, Clinton before George W. Jr., Obama. This guy just takes in terms of taking stupidity to a level unseen. And every time he opens his mouth and speaks, he thinks he's talking something sensible. But again, that is what happens when you have people who are around the emperor and they can't tell the emperor he's naked. Yeah, he's naked and his drawers are very dirty, especially this one. I yield.
Oh boy. Where are we? Where is it? I have it here. Where is it? I think it's this one.
Caught on a hot mic. Breaking news right now. Donald Trump was caught on a hot mic discussing with President Bukele of El Salvador the ability to build more SECOT terrorism prison facilities in El Salvador to maintain, quote, homegrowns, essentially individuals, U.S. citizens who commit crimes in the United States who Donald Trump wants to try to deport. He doubled down during this Oval Office meeting that he would deport American citizens in American prisons who commit heinous crimes to El Salvador. But folks, if you're an American citizen, you cannot be deported to a country where you were not born. Watch this hot mic moment.
Homegrown, son. It's a homegrown. You got to build about 5 more places. Yeah, that's fair. All right.
That's very hard to hear, but he's saying he needs 5 more places, 5 more prison facilities for the, quote, homegrown criminals, United States citizens. I'll do a full breakdown on my Substack, link to my bio, follow along.
Question Adesoji, hot mics, meaning those mics should not have been on?
Yeah, meaning one of those mics caught a moment not intended for everyone. So, I mean,
or was it intended for everyone? Because how did that get leaked? Somebody in the Oval Office was being a mole?
No, no. You would leave. Okay, so most of the microphones that you see around in the Oval Office, especially when there's this dignitary, the microphones have a wire going into an interface. Some of those interfaces have recorders. And so when you then, after the meeting and you want to file your report, you have to listen to whatever it is you want to file. So you will have heard that. And then remember, when I was asking the question, no one asked that question. Oh, okay. That was when they were walking past the mic. That's when, yeah. So stuff like that does happen. I mean, it happened during Reagan days as well. So the Contra affair. That's how it got leaked. So these things do happen. So the ones that are savvy amongst them know that the mics are constantly on. So if they want to discuss things like that, they will go to where the helicopter is and the blade is running. So they're discussing, you can't hear anything. Or walk across the the lawn in front of the executive mansion, walk along there, you can't hear anything. So, but in the office where mics are literally everywhere, yeah, it's a hot mic, but he's a dummy. So I'm not gonna be shocked that stuff like that gets leaked. And besides, he said it even in the even in the conference. So technically, it's something that he wanted the world to know. Oh, I was asking him earlier to build more prisons. It's like, for what? For what? That idea is unsustainable. I can guarantee you one thing. You cannot build that amount of prisons for the entire population. You can't. So it's a dead in the water idea. Yeah, so you start imprisoning people you don't like. Eventually, the people that you do like will get caught up in it. And that's it. That's your system crumbled. Because if you release one, you have to release all of them. I yield.
Okay. Oh boy. Concerning to say the least. Very concerning to say the least.
No, it should be. It should be. Here is a country that is, the laws are not perfect in the United States. And believe me, I won't be one that advocates for it. Yeah, for the United States judicial system. But with all its flaws, there are certain elements of it that are redeeming. And I use that word very loosely. Redeeming, right? So which is, if you do make a mistake, sometimes it takes half a century, but those mistakes are somewhat corrected, But to basically, in the face of said law, just rubbish the path, yeah, and then move on. Nah, come on. That's not how we roll. I yield.
And of course, there are a lot of videos circulating with people expressing concern with the term homegrown.
Yeah, gang members. Yeah, I can guarantee you gang members will be wrapped up, especially the ones in LA, the ones in all those big cities where you have an endemic gang culture, not least in places like, what's it called? I mean, New York to a lesser degree, but LA, so stuff like that will be looked at. And the moment you think, oh, the world, if I can take a legal person who has committed no crime and nobody says anything, what do you think is going to happen if I do take someone who has committed a crime, but because you don't think that person deserves due process, what do you think is going to happen? They're going to look the other way. And before you know it, there'll be people who will be caught up in that net that are not supposed to be. I mean, you've seen fishing videos where you might catch a small crab and you let it go because you have to keep the ecosystem going. These people would rope everybody. And that's it. I yield.
Well, do you think that Senator Holland will follow through on his promise that he is going to go to El Salvador? Do you think he's going to be accommodated by El Salvador? Do you think they will welcome him with open arms to take
so
his?
So there are two things that is likely to happen there. One is whoever is advising him will tell you, with the way the American system is structured, Trump only has 4 years. So hopefully your 4 years runs in tandem with Trump's, because if it doesn't, you can be rest assured any legacy that you want to build here will be poo-pooed on by the next person that comes in. So those are the kind of veiled threats they can do. give. But here's the thing. Depending on the constituency of that senator, if it's on a seat where it's 50, 60, 40, that kind of seat, and it's not safe, he won't extend himself. He will go there, ask, just gently, and then leave. But if there's someone like Benny, what's his name? Benny Sanders?
Mm-hmm.
Benny Sanders can go there and tell him, listen, you are aiding and abetting an illegal act. You can be rest assured, if this president leaves, the United States would have a word with you.
Mm-hmm.
And it will not be to your advantage. Because the way he sat yesterday in there, it was way too comfortable. I'm sorry. I yield.
Interesting times ahead. Interesting days ahead indeed. 6 minutes before the top of the hour. I have another video that I'm going to play. At the top of the hour, of course, is when our internet radio live stream comes to an end, and we're solely on YouTube. Not solely. We are on YouTube and on TikTok. And so just a reminder to everyone listening online that we invite you to join us at the top of the hour on YouTube or TikTok. We have one more video before we wrap up the online radio stream. Let me see. Okay. Let's take a listen to this. Oh, sorry, not this one. Not this one. This one.
Exclusive, a Boston resident getting a shocking email from the federal government, an immigration notice saying she had to leave the country immediately, even though she's a U.S. citizen. Michael Rosenfield has the story you'll only see right here on NBC Boston.
Massachusetts resident Nicole Micciaroni received this email on Friday telling her to leave the country. She was baffled.
At first, I thought it was for a client, but I looked really closely, and the only name on the email was mine. So it said that my parole status had been terminated and I should leave the country within 7 days.
But the 40-year-old is a U.S. citizen, born in Newton and raised in Sharon.
Probably, hopefully sent to me in error. But it's a little concerning that these are going out to U.S. citizens.
Micciaroni is an immigration attorney working with many clients facing possible deportation issues. So her name and email are on a lot of paperwork.
The language in the email is very threatening. Looks kind of like a sketchy spam email. It doesn't look like an official government notice.
But it is.
But it is.
In a statement, a senior Department of Homeland Security official told us Customs and Border Protection is issuing notices terminating parole for individuals who do not have lawful status to remain. And CBP used the known email addresses of the alien to send notifications. If a non-personal email, such as an American citizen contact, was provided by the alien, notices may have been sent to unintended recipients. CBP is monitoring communications and will address any issues on a case-by-case basis.
I think it's really scary that this is going on. It says that they're not being very careful.
Micciaroni posted about the email on social media and has received thousands of responses from around the world.
I think it's a scare tactic. I think they want people afraid of immigration.
Nicole says she will not be reaching out to Homeland Security. She believes this was an administrative error and she hopes nothing more comes of it.
So she hopes nothing more comes of it until they come knocking at your door and say it's time to go. I yield.
Who are you and why are you here?
Hi, we're just looking for Spanish-speaking families. Do you know if any of your neighbors just Spanish?
Why are you looking for Spanish-speaking neighbors?
We're just trying to invite people to a special event.
Sorry, I don't really trust that that's on the up and up with the current administration, so I'm going to decline to tell you about my neighbors.
That's all right. No worries, ma'am. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye.
What the heck was that?
That was a real interaction. Two gentlemen showed up at someone's door. Yeah, let me go ahead and do the on-air wrap-up, Ja. Ah, girl, I'm telling you. Hold on a second. Hang tight, folks. Thank you to everyone who tuned in online. QMZRadio.com for quality music while you work or play. Keep it logged on to www.qmzradio.com for that good music to get you through the day. Thank you to everyone listening on JanoRadio.com, your non-stop party vibe station. Download the Jano Radio app at JAHKNO. It's available in your Apple and Google stores. Jano Radio, take us on the go. And thank you to our listeners on madmusichouse.com for any genre, anytime. We invite you to join us on YouTube or TikTok as the show continues until the bottom of the hour. Join us for business and tech news and health and science news. If not, we will be back with you tomorrow morning. If not, we'll be back with you tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Eastern, live right here on Internet Radio. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day. Walk in love, spread love. That's the only way. All right, folks, we are officially off the air. Thank you so much. Appreciate your patience. And now,
I think nothing of it on the next time they come to me. Really? Really? Are we just dumb? Oh, my tutu Leon. Sorry. I had to speak Yoruba. Sheesh. What a human being. Oh, my God. That is hilarious.
so she's looking through her, I guess she hears the knocking outside. So she looks through her ring camera. I guess it's a ring camera. I'm assuming it's a ring camera. And she's talking to these people who are knocking on her neighbor's doors. They're looking for Spanish people. What do you want with Spanish people? Why are you looking for Spanish people? And these are people dressed in clothing. They could be Jehovah's Witnesses. We don't know.
No, they're not Jehovah Witnesses. We are excusing the inexcusable. They are not. For you to even, it's like, I don't know if you've seen Schindler's List. Have you seen it? The movie?
No, I didn't watch it.
Yes.
No. If you've seen the Schindler's List, this is akin to it. Going door to door. Are any of your neighbors, are they of a specific group? The group I'm referring to. And then the neighbors will, yeah. I go to apartment 6. Come on. We just want to invite them to an event. Schindler's List. We're having a town meeting that everybody should attend of a certain persuasion. That's how it happened.
Or how about the other movie when they were asking people to come help build things during the war? The other movie. And they were asking you, just bring one suitcase with you. We just need people to help build such and such and such. And then we know what happened after that.
We're just going for a little trip. And before you know it, they cross the border. No, we shouldn't excuse us then. Call a fan a fan. That kind of behavior is threatening. And it's not helped by, I'm not going to make any sense of it until they come until they reach out to me again. Really? 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 Squeaky? Really?
By the time they come to her door, it's going to be too late, right?
Talking about the immigration lawyer. Okay.
The first lady.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. She didn't want to make anything about it, but yet she called the news people.
No, she didn't. No, she didn't want to make anything about it. Yes, she's going to lie. So what he's hoping is the news people haven't put the story out there will continue to watch over her. You're not getting proactive. And besides, the fact that you're an immigration lawyer would lend itself to suggest that your clients are under their radar.
Exactly
to have
what
threatened
it is.
you, exactly. For them
That
to have
part.
for them to have come after you suggests you are in the way for those people. And your retort is, I'm not gonna make anything after that.
Because nothing's going to happen to her because she's a citizen.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You see how
Yeah, I was born in a rural country, rural part of the country. The fact that you in the United States you have to tell them where you were born is problematic enough. I don't know what's going on. I'm not gonna make any of it. Really?
And chances are she got the email because yeah, she is the intermediary, right? So they don't have any correspondence coming to them. The correspondence comes to her, whether it is electronically or in print. The correspondence goes to her, and then she disseminates from there. She gives her clients the updates. So, of course, that is how she got the notice.
Yeah, and the respectable distance she's trying to create there, it's like there is no empathy for her clients. I'm not gonna think anything of it.
Is she going to reach out? What should she? Or let me ask the question this way: should she reach out to the Department of Homeland Security?
Yes,
absolutely.
Okay.
Yes,
that's what I would do. If I'm an attorney and I'm getting an email coming to me, because at first she said she thought it was for clients.
Yes.
So I'm not for clients, I'm for me. Me I reach out. Wow, no recognize me. I want US born citizen. Me there from me. Yeah, there me how many generations down the line? Something. But you're gonna ignore it?
I mean, I would reach out to them, then I'll reach out to the bar association in my neighborhood to sort of give people the heads up. I've seen members receive this kind of email, just to give them some, and if they have, then have a coordinated effort about what you're going to do. Not what?
Be nice. Be nice. You're not being nice. Please be nice.
Man, to think you're being paid to represent someone with that kind of squeaking. Sorry. Put some bass in your voice.
She sounded very nervous. She sounded very nervous. You could hear her.
A lawyer that is sounding nervous.
She wasn't. You can tell she's scared. She's like, oh my God, what is this happening?
You're an immigration lawyer. That's the nature.
I think she was shocked. I'm gonna
get some jerk and
But moments, wasn't it last week they the other lawyer that was defending the student, he was coming back into the country and they pulled him aside too? And we always say, many think that these things can't happen to them, but this is showing that these things can happen to you. So go ahead and sit and don't reach out to anybody to say, I'm the wrong person. Go ahead and do that.
All right, folks. Let's keep it moving because I got to wrap up at the bottom of the hour. Business and Tech News, the segment brought to you by Grand Coffee House. From our farms to your cups. Enjoy 20% off all coffee products at www.grandcoffeehouse.com. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout. First up, where's Meta? Meta and the FTC face off in court over monopoly claims. This one comes as courtesy of NPR.
Zuckerberg took the witness stand today. The Meta CEO testified before a judge in the Federal Trade Commission's landmark trial, which began this morning. It's the result of a nearly 6-year investigation into whether Meta broke competition laws in becoming a tech giant. We will note that Meta is an NPR sponsor, but we report on it just like with any other company we cover. NPR's Bobby Allen joins us now from the courthouse in Washington, D.C. Hi, Bobby.
Hey there.
Hey, okay, so was it expected that Zuckerberg would actually show up and testify today?
Yes and no. I mean, the FTC had Zuckerberg on a witness list among dozens of others, but this is supposed to be an 8-week trial. Nobody anticipated him taking the stand today. Zuckerberg is the government's star witness after all, and most thought the government would save him until later in the trial, but he managed to elude photographers in entering the courthouse. So I and the rest of the reporters covering this had no idea he was even here.
Wow.
So it really delivered a surprise to the packed courtroom when Zuckerberg's name was called and he walked into the courtroom in a suit and tie.
Okay, so what did he say?
Well, so far, a lawyer for the Federal Trade Commission is going over Meta's early history. Zuckerberg said from the witness stand that he rejected advice early on that he should sell the company because it just wouldn't be able to compete with MySpace. That was the advice way back when. Zuckerberg then described launching Facebook's newsfeed in 2006. And from there, Zuckerberg explained the rationale behind various product updates to Facebook. The day ended by Zuckerberg being grilled about when Meta started thinking about acquiring Instagram, having him read old emails about this. And also, this is all setting the foundation for the FTC's case, which is expected to get a lot more juicy tomorrow.
Okay, so about the FTC's case, can you just step back and say more about what is the FTC alleging here about Meta?
Yeah, so the FTC says instead of competing with other tech companies, Meta purchased rivals to neutralize them. In particular, FTC says Meta buying Instagram in 2012 and WhatsApp 2 years later were done because Meta was worried about competition from these two companies. The FTC put up Zuckerberg's emails on screens to the courtroom, showing that Zuckerberg himself wrote internal messages saying Instagram and WhatsApp were business threats. The FTC says after Meta purchased Instagram and WhatsApp, they got bigger, they got more powerful, and all of Meta's services got worse.
Okay, well, how is Meta responding to those claims?
Yeah, Meta's legal team says the acquisitions of Instagram and WhatsApp were already approved more than 10 years ago when it happened, and that forcing Meta to spin these two companies off as the FTC wants would have a chilling effect across Silicon Valley, that it would deter tech startups from growing, making acquisitions, being innovative. Meta also says it is not as dominant as the FTC claims. Meta argues it competes with TikTok, with YouTube, with Snapchat, and many other apps vying for everyone's attention. So Meta says loud and clear it is not a monopoly.
Well, what do you think would happen if Meta did have to spin off Instagram and WhatsApp?
Yeah, Meta is a $1.3 trillion company, one of the most valuable companies in the world, right? And most of that money comes from advertising. Its ad systems are super integrated across all of its apps. So if Meta had to spin off Instagram and WhatsApp, it would really be a big blow to that advertising engine. It would just really strike at the heart of how Meta collects data, how it analyzes data, and how it serves all of us ads across all of its major. So this could be quite devastating to the bottom line of Meta if the judge does rule against the company here.
A lot at stake. That is NPR's Bobby Allen. Thank you, Bobby.
Thanks, Elsa.
Next, Silicon 6 accused of avoiding almost $278 billion in U.S. corporation taxes over 10 years. How is it that some people can't get away with not paying taxes and the rest of us are, oh my gosh, we have them breathing down our necks? According to theguardian.com, the big American tech firms known as the Silicon 6 have been accused of paying almost $278 billion less corporate income tax in the past decade compared with the statutory rate for U.S. companies making the same profits. Amazon, Meta, Alphabet, Netflix, Apple, and Microsoft generated $11 trillion of revenue and $2.5 trillion of profits over the past 10 years. Yet, they paid an average 18.8% in combined national and federal corporation taxes, compared with an average 29.7% in the US. This is according to the Fair Tax Foundation, which said the Silicon Six had hardwired tax avoidance into their business models. Analysis by the not for profit organization found that if one off repatriation tax payments in the US connected to historical tax avoidance were excluded, the average corporate income tax contribution of the six firms fell to 16.1% over the past decade. The companies had also inflated their stated tax payments by $82 billion over the same period by including contingencies for tax they did not pay, the report claimed. So they inflated their tax payments by $82 billion over the same period by including contingencies for tax they did not expect to.
The present occupant of the White House was coming to, when they knew he won the election. Did you notice all of them lined up to kiss his boots?
They were all there.
This is why. Yeah, this is why. Because they knew this case was coming. And so when Amazon promised to give Mrs. I Don't Smile $40 million to do a documentary, now you begin to see all of it add up. Yeah, this is why. Because the FTC was going to come after them and the taxman.
Hey, that's why they're going after certain bodies, huh?
There you go. And guess who else is on the FTC lists? The owner of the app that used to be known as Twitter. This body might not exist next week before the case is called.
This is crazy. This is crazy. And yes, Mr. President, there is me tell you something. Oh, people who not making $50,000 a year, people who not making $35,000 a year are being told that they owe in taxes at a soldier. How that makes sense? And they have to pay. They have on today is the deadline. Today is the tax deadline for zero penalty.
2832. Wow, what a princely song. For tax dodger.
Jackass said the world not the Jackass will not tell at all. Next up in our business. Oh, that's it for business and tech news, brought to you by Grant Coffee House. Use the code COFFEEINTO20 at checkout when you shop at coffeehouse.com and enjoy 20% off all coffee products. Grant Coffee House, from our farms to your cups. Next up, Health and Science News. This segment is brought to you by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food, for a natural, beautiful you. First up, an Australian woman unknowingly gives birth to a stranger's baby after IVF clinic error. Article courtesy of apnews.com. Go ahead, Adasoji.
Oops.
So, according to the Associated Press, a woman in Australia unknowingly gave birth to a stranger's baby after she received another patient's embryo from her in vitro fertilization clinic due to human error. Dr. Sharon, do you have these issues? Human error in vitro? IVF though, that's a question.
No,
Okay.
no, I don't. That's a subspecialty training. They need to stop mixing up people's stuff. It's not a good look.
Not at all. So what happens from a legal standpoint? What happens? So I have an embryo implanted. Child is delivered. Me and my husband looking at this baby and saying, no, something is off here. This ain't ours.
It's not yours.
DNA
it's not
test
yours.
done. I have to, by law, turn this child over?
Yes, you do.
Can we have our baby, please? Thank you.
So I was just an incubator for someone else's baby.
Your words, not ours. Can we have our baby, please? Oh, what a cute baby.
So I agree. I agree, Ja. You hand over the child and sue the clinic. That's it. Done.
I hope it goes well with you. Bye-bye.
So what if it's a case where they can't trace the parents? What if the parents are no longer with us? What if they have unalive? Do you keep the child or do you give the child up? What do you do?
You just won the lottery then.
I guess that depends on the parents. Because what if it's a child of a different race?
So we have to make
Oops.
No, it doesn't matter. I'm just looking at the baby, regardless of what the child looks like. What the ethnicity the child is. My question is, do you give the child up or do you keep the child? Because the biological parents, let us say there was an accident and they're unalived or they can't be located. What happens in that case?
Yeah, but they've got an extended family, so
that still depends on the mother and the family.
Mm-hmm.
There's some people that need organs, but they won't accept an organ from another culture. Why would it be different about, unfortunately, a baby you brought into this world and found out it's not yours?
Wow. This is interesting. The mix-up was discovered in February when the clinic in the city of Brisbane found that the birth parents had one too many embryos in storage. Staff discovered an embryo from another patient had been mistakenly thawed and transferred to the birth mother. Australian news outlets reported the baby was born in 2024.
Oh, the baby's already getting ready to go to school.
It does not identify the patients involved or divulge details about the child's custody. Wow.
You see, at least they're correcting the mistakes one after the other. But unfortunately, mommy is still not mommy.
Next. Critics say GOP Medicaid cuts could slash F to the ill addiction treatment. This article, it's funny, we can't say it, but the news article it's okay. You play it and it's okay. But if we say it, it's a problem. But whatever. This article, courtesy of NPR.org. Let's take a listen.
Hundreds of thousands of people facing addiction to fentanyl and other drugs could lose access to treatment if Republicans succeed in making deep cuts to Medicaid. That was the message today from Democratic lawmakers, also doctors and drug policy experts. NPR addiction correspondent Brian Mann is with me. Hey, Brian.
Hey, Mary Louise.
Start just by making clear, what is the connection here between Medicaid and drug addiction?
Yeah, Medicaid is this program funded jointly by the federal government and by states, provides health insurance now to more than 80 million, mostly low-income Americans. And Under the Affordable Care Act, Medicaid expanded to include coverage for addiction treatment, and that happened, Mary Louise, just as the overdose crisis was surging. So now Medicaid is by far the biggest program paying for addiction care in the U.S. And this new report issued today by Democratic lawmakers found roughly 1 million people are right now getting help for opioid addiction through Medicaid. Democratic Senator Maggie Hassan from New Hampshire said that recovery system could unravel.
If there are even small cuts to the federal share of Medicaid funding, many states across the country, including New Hampshire, have laws on the books that would automatically terminate Medicaid expansion and kick people off of their health care, including for addiction treatment.
Now, Mary Louise, obviously Republicans are talking about really big cuts. One proposal floated by GOP lawmakers would shrink Medicaid funding by more than $2 trillion over the next decade.
$2 trillion. And why? What is the argument here for big cuts like this to healthcare spending?
Yeah, GOP lawmakers have long been hostile to the Affordable Care Act, which expanded Medicaid. They say it costs taxpayers too much money. Part of these cuts would also go to pay for some of the big tax breaks that are a central part of President Trump's economic agenda. Speaking yesterday on the Fox News show Sunday Morning Futures, House Speaker Mike Johnson said programs like Medicaid are also padded with waste and fraud.
We have to eliminate people on, for example, on Medicaid who are not actually eligible to be there. Able-bodied workers, for example, young men who should never be on the program at all.
Now, a couple of points here. Critics don't actually think there's enough fraud or waste in Medicaid to pay for the kind of big cuts Republicans are talking about. And it's also worth noting young men, who Johnson mentioned there, they're actually highly vulnerable to addiction. Fentanyl is still one of the leading causes of death for men under the age of 50.
Okay, well, that's interesting because I know you have been out front reporting about drug overdose deaths and how they finally dropping, which prompts the question, is there still as much need for this kind of addiction treatment?
Yeah, that's right. There has been this hopeful shift, tens of thousands fewer overdose deaths each year. But here's the thing. Experts say a lot of those people are surviving, but they still need a lot of health care and help to fully recover. They're still deeply addicted. Dr. Brian Hurley, who heads the American Society of Addiction Medicine, the U.S. actually needs more funding to get more people into medication treatment and therapy.
We're still in a treatment gap where over 80% of people with opioid use disorder still don't get this life-saving treatment. Payment is an essential part of healthcare services.
Republicans are still hashing out details of this budget, Mary Louise, but if Medicaid funding is cut, we could see a lot of people lose their health insurance and a lot of hospitals and treatments close.
Okie dokie. NPR's Brian Mann. He covers addiction. Thanks, Brian.
Privatization. We need to make more money.
So, because a young man is working, it doesn't mean he's earning enough to afford private health care. What if this young man who is working is also going to school, so he can't take up a second job? And as I'm saying that, interestingly enough, Dre had sent me an article via Instagram. Let me just go jump to it real quick because I know we touched on this yesterday. And I know time is of the essence. I may run 5 minutes over because I do have one more to cover. But yeah, Dre sent me this yesterday because we were talking about people having multiple jobs in the US just to survive, and that folks back home in the Caribbean need to be cognizant of this and have a conscience, right? When you see folks in this country working 3 jobs, one job is just to pay them bills, one more job is to take care of family back home, and another job just to be able to eat and possibly save something. One job should be able to do all 3, but no, it's not happening, right? All right, so Dre sent me this, which is an article that he came across on Sherwood.news. Multiple job holder rates are highest they have been since the Great Recession. 5.4% of American adults were juggling more than one job last month, the highest share in over 15 years. For more and more US adults in the current economy, it seems like one job is just no longer enough. According to Friday's job report, the number of multiple job holders in the US surged to a record 8.9 million people, and that was in February. That was okay. Let that sink in. 2 jobs just to be able to make it, and you still not cut no dash. You still can't make your 2 hands clap. Okay, next. Oh, AT had a comment about the IVF clinical error, and it's a very valid comment. He said that they could break up a good marriage with that kind of mistake. She should be well paid. The birth mother should be well paid. Absolutely. What if her husband started to accuse her of being unfaithful? Can you imagine?
What if she had a difficult pregnancy and was unalive?
All of that too. All of that too. So many what ifs that this cannot be handled lightly, not just brushed aside. So AT also put in reference to this last article with the Medicaid cuts. Medicaid is paid for by taxpayers, but taxpayers are being cut off. Let's not even go down that rabbit hole. Time is of the essence. The hour, but I have to bring this one up. Black Maternal Health Week is not just a hashtag. And this one, courtesy of Dr. Keisha. This week is Black Maternal Health Week. I know tomorrow she's going to let us know the time, but I know tomorrow she on her podcast, her and Dr. Sharon, and I'm sure there are some other medical professionals, will be talking about Black maternal health. We know the inequities that exist. We know that Black women, African American women, women of color, at a greater risk when we talk about maternal health. All right, so let's take a listen to.
April 11th kicked off Black Maternal Health Week, and this year it's all about advocacy. Did you know Black women in the United States are nearly 3 times more likely to die from pregnancy than white women? I truly believe that this week is a time to raise awareness of the inequities that impact Black mothers and birthing people. It's also about honoring their experiences, listening, and demanding better care. This week, let's speak out, share stories, and support policies that protect Black lives. Advocacy starts with awareness, and it starts with us.
All right. So I know Dr. Sharon was on a call, but I know tomorrow, folks, they will be having.
I'm back.
Oh, you're back. Okay. You have a time for it tomorrow yet, Dr. Sharon?
I think it's gonna be 7 p.m. Also streamed on I think Facebook and I believe YouTube.
Okay.
I'll double check with Dr. Keisha, but I think it's gonna be 7 p.m. It's called the Medical Collective Podcast.
Okay, because it's important information, information that deserves to be shared. Where are we? I know I saw Dr. Keisha pop in earlier. No, sir. Okay, I shared the live with her. Let's see if she's able to come back in if she's not too busy. Hopefully she can squeeze in for a second. But yes, folks, we're going to support the Medical Collective, run by Dr. Keisha, supported by Dr. Sharon and their Dr. Leslie and some other doctors who are ready to answer questions. They want to hear from you. They want to hear the concerns. Right? So look out. I will be bringing it up again tomorrow when we have so I will have all the different locations, definitely have the time. Is the 7 p.m. Central or Eastern? I think, yes, last night she said Central time.
Central.
Central, okay. So that would
Can you
be,
hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. So
Central.
so that's 8 p.m.
Yeah.
Eastern. Yeah, because they're an hour behind.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
So
8
we do live stream it, and then yeah, we live stream it when we're recording it, but then we do publish it to the podcast. Probably within about a week later or so, it will be available on the podcast itself.
Okay, awesome.
But, yeah.
Yeah. With losing pieces of you. But thank you so much, Dr. Sharon. So, folks, let us remember this week is Black Maternal Health Week. And as you heard in the clip, and as we have spoken about here several times on Coffee and Toe, the need for better healthcare treatment for women of color right here in the US. And it doesn't matter how much money you have, it doesn't matter your status, it doesn't matter how famous you are susceptible. Yes. We spoke in depth about what's her name, Serena Williams, where they were not listening to her. She's telling them what's going on with her, and they were paying her zero attention. It almost cost her her life when she was having her first child. It is important from the get-go for those of us who are in the childbearing age. Go ahead, Dr. Sharon, because I know.
Yeah, so the whole Serena Williams issue actually kind of boggles my mind, right?
Okay.
Because this is the person, and the reason why is that she had a history of a DVT, a blood clot in her legs, right? Pregnancy puts you at higher risk for that. So throughout the pregnancy, you have to be on anticoagulants such as Lovenox, right? We convert you to heparin later in the pregnancy. And postpartum, after you've given birth, your risk is actually even higher. So you have to keep this heightened self-awareness and alertness that even though this patient, because you got to stop the anticoagulants for a while during the, for the delivery. So you have to keep it in the back of your head that this woman is still at risk. Even though we started her anticoag 8-12 hours after delivery, she's still at risk for a DVT PE. So you have to really watch her. So I don't understand where the hell they missed that. That boggles my mind. When I tell you that boggles my mind, it does.
Yeah.
It really does.
And they weren't listening to her. They just were not paying any attention to her.
They weren't listening to her. Somebody with millions in the bank. Can you imagine little old me? Can you imagine the impoverished person who has nothing and go to the hospital for help? What the hell they get? I mean, it's crazy.
You have to advocate for yourself.
Exactly.
You have to advocate for yourself. You have to have family members and friends who will advocate for you in the unforeseen circumstance where you have to speak for yourself. You need, and that is why having the right healthcare professional is important. It's a relationship that is formed from the get-go. From the minute you feel say you're pregnant, doctor, if you go to that first OBGYN and you not feel comfortable, find another one. Find one who cares, that you can feel that they care.
You know what I say? That relationship starts before the pregnancy. So everyone really needs to be plugged in with a good OBGYN before pregnancy.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're right. Make them a part of the conversation with you and your partner, especially if it is your plan to have children. You're absolutely right. It starts before.
Mm-hmm.
Know what your risks are. Know what you need to be doing. Yep. So, folks, you definitely want to tune into the podcast tomorrow And we'll have more information again for you tomorrow morning on Coffee and Toe. All right, folks. YouTube, I want to say thank you for hanging out with me. I appreciate each and every one of you. I have to run. We will be back tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. for another episode of Coffee and Toe World News on the Go. AT, Mad Lieber, and everyone here with me. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Have yourselves a wonderful rest of the day and walk in love, spread love. It's pretty much the only way for us to go. All right. Coffee in Toe is an interactive world news podcast, a dynamic and engaging live show that streams across multiple internet radio stations worldwide. This podcast brings you real-time news updates, in-depth analysis, and interactive discussions on global events, making you a part of the conversation no matter where you are. With a diverse range of expert guests and listener participation, it's your go-to source for staying informed and connected to the world. Coffee and Toe is brought to you in part by Lormel Skin Food. Log on to lormelskinfood.com. Discover the range of natural skincare solutions. Indulge in the radiance of natural and organic beauty with the best natural and organic soap bars, whipped soaps, body butters, and oils. All 100% natural products. Lormel Skin Food for a natural, beautiful you. The world's best coffee from our farms to your cup. It's Grand Coffee House.